the embroidery needle from his ear, held it between his fingers, and shook it in the wind. It turned into the gold-banded cudgel as thick as a rice bowl. Monkey turned to Squire Gow and asked, "How does this cudgel compare with the weapons you have in here? Will it do to kill the monster?" "So you have the weapon," the old man went on. "But what about the men?" "I can do it single-handed," Monkey replied. "Though I would like a few respectable old gentlemen to come in and keep my master company while I'm away from him. When I've captured the monster, they can witness his confession before I wipe him out for you." The old man thereupon sent his servants to ask a few old friends over, and before long they had all arrived. When the introductions were over, Monkey said, "Master, you sit here and don't worry. I'm off." Just watch Monkey, as with his cudgel in his hand, he takes hold of the old man and says, "Take me to the building at the back. I want to see where this evil spirit lives." Squire Gow led him to the door of the back building, and Monkey told him to bring the key at once. "Look here," the old man answered. "If a key would have done the trick, I wouldn't have had to ask for your services." "Why, can't you tell at your age when someone's joking?" Monkey asked. "I was only teasing. You shouldn't have taken me seriously." He felt the lock and found that molten copper had been poured into it, so he struck it a vicious blow with his cudgel and shattered it. Pushing the doors open, he saw that it was pitch black inside. "Call your daughter's name, old gal, to see whether she's in here," he said. The old man summoned up his courage and called her name, and the daughter, recognizing her father's voice, answered feebly, "Dad, I'm in here." With a roll of his golden pupils, Monkey peered into the darkness to take a closer look at her. Do you know what she was like? Her cloudy hair was tangled and unkempt. Her face was filthy and unwashed. Her orchid heart was as pure as ever, but her beauty lay in ruins. There was no blood or life in her cherry lips, and her limbs were crooked and bent. A sad frown on her forehead, her eyebrows pale. Weak and frightened, only daring to whisper. When she came out and saw her father, she grabbed hold of him, put her hand round his head, and wept. "Don't cry," Monkey said. "Don't cry. Where's the monster gone?" "I don't know. These days he's been setting out at dawn and only coming back in the middle of the night. There's always so much cloud and mist that I can't tell where he goes. He knows my father wants to exercise him, so he's always on the alert. That's why he comes back late and leaves at dawn." "Of course he would," Monkey remarked, adding, "Old fellow, take the girl to the front building. You two can have a good long talk. I'm going to wait for the monster here. Don't be surprised if he doesn't turn up, but if he does, I'll wipe him out for you." The old man happily took his daughter to the front building. Monkey then used some of his magic powers to turn himself into the likeness of the girl with a shake of his body. Then he sat down in the room to wait for the evil spirit. Before long, there was a marvelous wind that sends stones and dust flying. At first, it was a gentle breeze that gradually became a tremendous gale. When it was a gentle breeze, it filled heaven and earth. When it grew, nothing could withstand it. It stripped off flowers and snapped willows like stalks of hemp, uprooting forests as if it were picking vegetables. It threw rivers and seas into turmoil, to the fury of gods and devils, splitting rocks and mountains as heaven and earth watched in horror. The flower-eating deer lost their way. The fruit-plucking monkeys did not know where they were. 7-storied iron pagodas fell on the Buddha's head. The streamers in the temple fell on the jeweled canopy. Golden beams and pillars of jade were shaken from their roots. Tiles flew from the roof like swallows. As the boatman raised his oar, he made a vow, quickly sacrificing a pig and a goat as he pushed off. The guardian god of the city ward abandoned his shrine. The dragon kings of the 4 seas bowed to heaven. The Yaksha demon's boat were wrecked on the coast, and half the length of the Great Wall was blown down. As this gale wind passed, an evil spirit appeared in midair. He was certainly ugly with his dark face, stubbly hair, long nose, and big ears. He wore a cotton tunic that was somewhere between black and blue, and round his waist was a patterned cotton cloth. So that's what he's like, thought Monkey with a secret smile, and without greeting him or asking him anything, he lay down on the bed, breathing heavily and pretending to be ill. Not knowing who this really was, the monster came straight in, put his arms around him, and was going to kiss him. Monkey laughed to himself again as he thought, "So he really wants to screw me." Then he thrust his hand up the monster's long nose to throw him off balance. The monster fell off the bed. As the monster pulled himself up, he leaned on the edge of the bed and said, "Darling, why are you so angry with me today? Is it because I'm late?" "I'm not angry," Monkey replied. "Not angry at all." "If you're not angry with me, why did you make me fall over?" "You should have been more thoughtful and not tried hugging and kissing me. I'm not feeling very well today. If I'd been my usual self, I'd have been waiting for you at the door. Take your clothes off and come to bed." Not realizing what he was up to, the monster undressed. Monkey jumped out of bed and sat on the pot, as the monster went back to bed and groped around without finding the girl. "Where have you gone, darling?" he asked. "Take your clothes off and come to bed." "Go to sleep," Monkey replied. "I'm taking a shit." The monster did as he was told. Monkey sighed and said, "What terrible luck." "What are you so fed up about?" the monster asked. "What do you mean by terrible luck? I may have eaten some food and drunk some tea since marrying you, but I haven't been idle either. I've swept for your family and dug ditches. I've shifted bricks and tiles. I've built walls for you. I've plowed and weeded your fields. I've sown your wheat and I've transplanted your rice. I've made your family's fortune. These days you dress in brocade and have golden pins in your hair. You have fruit and flowers in all 4 seasons and vegetables for the pot throughout the year. But despite this, you're still not satisfied, groaning and moaning like that, and complaining about your terrible luck." "I didn't mean that," Monkey replied. "Today I could hear my parents through the wall. They were smashing up bricks and tiles and pretending to curse and beat me." "Why should they want to do that?" the monster asked. "They said that since we married and you became their resident son-in-law, all respectability has gone by the board. They were complaining about having such an ugly fellow as you around, and about never meeting any brother-in-law or other relations of yours. Besides, with all that wind and cloud whenever you come in or go out, they wonder who on earth you can be and what you are called. You're ruining their reputation and disgracing the family. That's why they were so angry that they went through the motions of beating and cursing me. I may be a bit of an eyesore, the monster said. But if you want me to be a good looker, I can fix that without any difficulty. When I first came, I had a word with your father, and he agreed to the marriage of his own free will. Why is he talking like this now? My home is the Cloud Pathway Cave on the Mount of Blessing. My surname, Zhu, is like my face, Piggy, and my correct name is Zhu Gangli, Iron-Haired Pig. You can tell them all that if they ask you again. He's an honest monster, thought Monkey with delight. If he came out with all this without being tortured. Now I know who he is and where he's from. I'm sure I can catch him. He's sent for a priest to come and catch you, Monkey said aloud. Come to bed, and forget about him, the monster said with a laugh. I can do as many transformations as the plow. I have my 9-pronged rake, too. So what have I to fear from priests, monks, or Taoists? Even if your old man were holy enough to summon the demon-destroying patriarch down from the 9th heaven, he's an old friend of mine, and wouldn't do anything to harm me. My father said that he'd asked that fellow by the name of Sun, the great sage equaling heaven who made such trouble up in the heavenly palace some 500 years ago, to come and capture you. The monster was somewhat taken aback on hearing this name, and said, In that case, I'm off. We're through. You can't just go like that, said Monkey. You wouldn't know, the monster replied. But that protector of the horses who made such trouble in the heavenly palace is quite a fighter. I might not be able to beat him, and that would spoil my good name. With these words, he pulled on his clothes, opened the door, and was just going out when Monkey grabbed him, gave his own face a rub, and changed back into his real form. Where do you think you're going, my fine monster? He roared, adding, Take a look and see who I am. The monster turned round and saw Monkey's protruding teeth, pinched face, fiery eyes with golden pupil, bald head, and hairy face. At the sight of this thunder god incarnate, his hands were numbed and his legs paralyzed. Then, with a great tearing sound, he broke free, ripping his clothes, and escaped in the form of a hurricane. Monkey rushed after him, grabbed his iron cudgel, and took a swipe at the wind. The monster then changed into 10,000 sparks and went straight back to his mountain. Monkey mounted his cloud and went after him, shouting, Where do you think you're going? If you go up to heaven, I'll chase you as far as the Dipper and Bull Palace. And if you go into the earth, I'll pursue you as far as the hell of the unjustly slain. Goodness, if you don't know how far he chased the monster, or who won in the end, listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 19. In the Cloud Pathway Cave, Sun Wukong wins over Zhu Beiji. On Pagoda Mountain, Zhuangzang receives the Heart Sutra. The monster shot forward as a stream of sparks, with the great sage behind him on his colored cloud. As he was racing along, Monkey saw a tall mountain appear in front of them. Here, the monster put himself together again by reassembling the sparks, rushed into a cave, and came out with a 9-pronged rake in his hand to do battle. "Wretch!" shouted Monkey. "Where are you from? How do you know my name, you evil demon? What powers have you got? Tell me honestly, and I'll spare your life." "You don't know what I can do," the monster replied. "Come a little nearer and stand still while I tell you. I was born stupid, an idler, and a slacker. I never nourished my nature or cultivated the truth, but spent my time in primal ignorance. Then I happened to meet a true immortal, who sat down with me and chatted about the weather. Advised me to reform and not to sink among mortals, for taking life was a heinous sin. One day, when my life came to an end, it would be too late to regret the punishments in store. His words moved me to seek reform, and my heart longed for miraculous spells. I was lucky enough to have him as my teacher. He showed me the gates of heaven and earth. He taught me the 9 changes and the great return of Cinnabar, as we worked by day and night with never a break. It reached up to the mud ball palace in my head, and down to the bubbling spring in my feet. The circulating magic liquid reached the flowery pool under my tongue, and the cinnabar field in my abdomen was given extra warmth. The babe, Lead, and the girl, Mercury, were married, and combining together they divided into sun and moon. The dragon and the tiger were harmonized. The sacred tortoise drank the golden crow's blood. The 3 flowers gathered at the top and returned to the root. The 5 essences faced the origin and flowed in all directions. When their work was done, I could fly, and the immortals of heaven came in pairs to greet me. Colored clouds grew beneath my feet as I faced heavenly palace gates with a body light and strong. The Jade Emperor gave a banquet for all the immortals, and all lined up according to their grades. I was made a field marshal in charge of the Milky Way, commanding all the sailors on that river in the sky. When the Queen Mother gave a peach banquet, she invited many guests to the Jade Pool. As drunkenness clouded my mind that day, I lurched and staggered around. As I charged in drunken pride into the cool, broad palace, I was greeted by an exquisite, immortal maiden. At the sight of her beauty, my soul was captivated, and I could not repress my mortal passions of old. Losing all sense of rank and dignity, I seized the beauty and asked her to sleep with me. 3, 4 times she refused, dodging and trying to hide in her distress. Great was the courage of my lust, and I roared like thunder, all but shaking down the gates of heaven. The miraculous inspecting officer reported to the Jade Emperor, and from that day I was doomed. The cool, broad palace was closely surrounded. I could neither advance nor retreat. Escape was impossible. Then I was arrested by the gods, but as I was still drunk, I was not scared.
I was marched to the Hall of Miraculous Mist to see the Jade Emperor, and, after questioning, sentenced to death. Luckily, the great white planet stepped forward, bowed low, and interceded. My sentence was commuted to 2,000 strokes of the heavy rod, which tore my flesh and all but smashed my bones. I was released alive and expelled from heaven, so I tried to make a living on the Mount of Blessing. For my sins, I was reborn from the wrong womb, and now I am known as Iron-Haired Pig.
So you are an earthly reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng, said Brother Monkey when he heard this. No wonder you knew my name.
The monster snorted angrily. Your insane rebellion caused trouble for very many of us, protector of the horses. Have you come here to throw your weight around again? I'll teach you some manners. Take this.
Monkey was in no mood to spare him after this, and he struck the monster's head with his cudgel. The pair of them fought a magnificent midnight battle on that mountainside. Monkey's golden pupils flashed with lightning. The monster's glaring eyes sparked silver. One disgorged colored mist. The other breathed out red clouds. The red clouds lit up the night. The colored mists illuminated the darkness. A gold-banded cudgel, a nine-toothed rake, and two splendid heroes. One, a great sage down among the immortals. The other, a marshal banished from heaven. One had been stripped of his honors and become a monster. The other had been saved when he took service with a priest. When the rake attacked, it was like a dragon stretching its claws. The cudgel blocked it as nimbly as a phoenix flying through flowers. Pig said, "In wrecking my marriage, your crime is as great as parricide." Monkey replied, "You deserve to be arrested for raping that young girl." Amid these exchanges and wild shouts, the cudgel and rake crossed and clashed. They fought each other till the day began to dawn, and the monster's arms were tired right out. They fought from the second watch of the night until the sky began to grow light in the east. The monster, no longer able to resist his enemy, broke away and fled, turning himself into a hurricane again. He went straight back to his cave, shut the gates behind him, and did not come out. Monkey saw a stone tablet outside the cave, on which was inscribed, "Cloud Pathway Cave." The monster did not come out again, and it was now broad daylight, so Monkey thought that as his master might be waiting for him, he had better go back to see him. He could come back later to catch the monster. He gave his cloud a kick and was back in Old Gao village in an instant. Sun Zang, meanwhile, had been talking all night with the elders about things ancient and modern, and had not slept a wink. Just as he was beginning to think that Brother Monkey would not come back, Monkey appeared in the courtyard, put away his iron club, straightened his clothes, and entered the main room. "Master, I'm here," he announced, giving the old men such a surprise that they all fell to their knees and thanked him for his efforts. "You've been out all night, Monkey," Sun Zang said. "Where did you catch that evil spirit?" "He's no common or garden ghost, master," Monkey replied. "And he isn't an ordinary wild animal turned monster. He is Marshal Tianpeng, who was exiled to the mortal world. He was placed in the wrong womb, and he has a face like a wild boar, but he still kept his original divine nature.
He says that he takes his name from his looks and is called Zhu Gangli, Iron-Haired Pig. I was going to kill him in the building at the back, but he turned into a hurricane and fled. When I struck at this wind, he changed into sparks, went straight back to his cave, came out with a 9-pronged rake, and fought me all night. He broke off the engagement in terror as the dawn broke and shut himself inside his cave. I was going to smash down the gates and have it out with him, but then it occurred to me that you might be worried after waiting for me for so long, so I came back to put you in the picture first. After Monkey had made his report, Squire Gao came up and knelt before him, saying, "Venerable sir, I'm afraid that although you chased him away, he'll come back after you've gone, so this is no real solution. Please, I beg of you, catch him for me and exterminate him to prevent trouble later. I promise you that I shall not be remiss if you do this for me, and there will, of course, be rich rewards. I shall write a deed, witnessed by my relations and friends, giving you half of my property and my land. Please, please, eradicate this evil weed and save the honor of the family." "You've got no sense of what's proper, old man," replied Monkey with a grin. "He told me that although he may have put away a lot of your rice and tea, he's also done you a lot of good. You've piled up a lot of wealth in the past few years, all thanks to his efforts. He says he hasn't been eating your food in idleness and wants to know why you're trying to have him exorcised. He maintains that he is a heavenly immortal come down to earth who has been working for your family and has never harmed your daughter. I would say that he is a very fitting son-in-law for you, who does your family's name no harm. You really ought to keep him." "Venerable sir," the old man replied, "he may never have done anything wicked, but it does our reputation no good to have a son-in-law like him. Whether he does anything or not, people say that the Gaos have asked a monster to marry into the family, and I simply can't bear to hear a thing like that. Go and have it out with him, and then we'll see what to do," said Sun Zong. "I'll try a trick on him this time," Monkey replied. "I guarantee to bring him back this time for you to look at. But don't be angry with him." "Old Gao," he continued, addressing the old man, "look after my master well. I'm off." By the time the words were out of his mouth, he had disappeared. He leapt up the mountain and smashed the gates of the cave to splinters with a single blow of his cudgel, shouting, "Come out and fight Monkey, you chaff-guzzling moron!" The monster, who had been snoring inside, heard the gates being smashed and the insulting, chaff-guzzling moron, and went wild with fury. Seizing his rake and summoning his spirit, he rushed out and shrieked, "You shameless protector of the horses! What have I ever done to you to make you smash down my gates? You'd better take a look at the statute book. There's the death penalty for breaking and entering." "You fool," laughed Monkey. "I've got a very good justification for smashing your gates. You abducted a girl by force, without matchmakers or witness, and without giving proper presents or observing the right ceremonies. You're a fine one to talk about who deserves to have his head cut off." "Stop talking such nonsense, and see how this rake of mine strikes you," the monster replied. Blocking the blow with his cudgel, Monkey retorted, "Is that the rake you used while you were tilling the fields and growing vegetables for the Gaos as their hired hand? What's so wonderful about it that I should be afraid of you?" "You don't realize that it's no ordinary weapon," the monster replied. You'd better listen while I tell you about it. This was refined from divine ice iron, polished till it gleamed dazzling white, hammered by Lord Laotzi himself, while Ying Huo fed the fire with coal dust. The 5 emperors of the 5 regions applied their minds to it. The 6 Dings and 6 Jias went to great efforts. They made 9 teeth of jade, cast a pair of golden rings to hang beneath them, decorated the body with the 6 bright shiners and the 5 planets, designed it in accordance with the 4 seasons and the 8 divisions. The length of top and bottom match heaven and earth. Positive and negative were to left and right, dividing the sun and moon. The 6 divine generals of the ocular lines are there, following the heavenly code. The constellations of the the 8 trigrams are set out in order. It was named the Supremely Precious Gold Imbued Rake, and served to guard the gates of the Jade Emperor's palace. As I had become a great immortal, I now enjoyed eternal life, and was commissioned as Marshal Tianping. With this rake to mark my imperial office, when I raise it, fire and light stream forth. When I lower it, a snowy blizzard blows. It terrifies the heavenly generals, and makes the king of hell, too, quake with fear. There is no other weapon matching it on earth, nor iron to rival it throughout the world. It changes into anything I like, and leaps about whenever I say the spell. For many a year I've carried it around, keeping it with me every single day. I will not put it down even to eat, nor do I when I sleep at night. I took it with me to the peach banquet, and carried it into the celestial court. When I sinned my sin in drunken pride, I used it to force compliance with my evil will. When heaven sent me down to the immortal dust, I committed all kinds of wickedness down here. I used to devour people in this cave, until I fell in love and married in Gao village. This rake has plunged beneath the sea to stir up dragons, and climbed high mountains to smash up tigers' dens. No other blade is worth a mention besides my rake, the sharpest weapon ever. To win a fight with it requires no effort. Of course, it always brings me glory. Even if you have an iron brain in a brazen head and a body of steel, this rake will scatter your souls and send your spirit flying.
Monkey put his cudgel away and replied, "Stop shooting your mouth off, you idiot. I'm now sticking my head out for you to hit. Let's see you scatter my souls and send my spirits flying." The monster raised his rake and brought it down with all his might, but although flames leapt forth, it did not even scratch Monkey's scalp. The monster's arms and legs turned to jelly with fright as he exclaimed, "What a head, what a head." "You wouldn't know," Monkey replied. "When I was captured by the little sage for wrecking the heavenly palace, stealing the pills of immortality and the heavenly peaches, and filching the imperial wine, I was marched to a place outside the Dipper and Bowl Palace, where all the gods of heaven hacked at me with axes, hit me with maces, cut at me with swords, stabbed at me with daggers, tried to burn me with lightning, and pounded me with thunder. But none of it hurt me in the slightest. When I was taken off by the great High Lord Lao, and put in the 8 trigrams furnace, where I was refined with divine fire, so that my eyes are now fiery, my pupils golden, my head brazen, and my shoulders of iron. If you don't believe me, try a few more blows to see whether you can hurt me or not."
"I remember you, you baboon," the monster replied. "When you made trouble in heaven, you lived in the water-curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit, in the land of Aulai, in the continent of divine victory. I haven't heard of you for a very long time. What brings you here, and why are you bullying me in front of my own gates? Surely my father-in-law didn't go all that way to ask you to come here."
"No," said Monkey, "he didn't. I have turned away from evil and been converted to good. I've given up Taoism and become a Buddhist. I'm protecting the patriarch Sanzang, the other younger brother of the great Tang Emperor, on his journey to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. We happened to ask for a night's lodging when we came to Gao village, And in the course of our conversation, old Gao asked me to rescue his daughter and capture you, you chaff-guzzling moron. The monster dropped his rake to the ground, chanted a respectful "Na-ah," and said, "Where's this pilgrim? Please take me to meet him." "What do you want to see him for?" Monkey asked. "Guan Yin converted me and told me to obey the monastic rules and eat vegetarian food here till I could go with that pilgrim, the one who's going to the Western Heaven to worship the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. I'll be able to make up for my sins through this good deed and win a good reward. I've been waiting for him for years, but there's been no news of him till now. If you're a disciple of his, why didn't you say something about fetching the scriptures before, instead of making this vicious attack on me in my own home?" "This had better not be a trick to soften me up and make me let you get away," said Monkey. "If you really want to protect the Tang priest and you aren't trying to kid me, then you'd better make a vow to heaven, and I'll take you to meet my master." The monster fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to the sky so often that he looked like a rice pestle. After Amitabha Buddha, he cried out, "If I'm not completely sincere, cut me up into 10,000 bits for breaking the laws of heaven." After hearing him swear this oath, Monkey said, "Very well then. Now light a brand and burn this place of yours out. If you do that, I'll take you." The monster piled up some reeds and brambles, lit a brand, and set the Cloud Pathway Cave on fire. It burned as well as brick kiln that has got out of control. "I've no second thoughts," he said, "so please take me to see him." "Give me that rake of yours," Monkey ordered, and the monster obediently handed it over. Monkey then plucked out a hair, blew on it with magic breath, and shouted, "Change!" It turned into 3 lengths of hempen rope, with which he bound the monster's hands behind his back. The monster docilely put his hands there and let Monkey tie him up. Then Monkey seized him by the ear and led him off with the words, "Quick march!" "Take it easy," the monster pleaded. "You're pulling so hard you're hurting my ear." "Can't be done," Monkey replied. "Can't show you any favors. As the old saying has it, even a good pig must be handled roughly. Wait until you've seen my master. If you really are sincere, you'll be released then." The two of them went back through cloud and mist to Gao village, and there is a poem to prove it. "The golden Vajra is stronger than wood. The mined ape could bring the wooden dragon to submission. When metal obeyed and wood was tamed, they were at one. When wood was loving and metal kind, they worked together. One host and one guest with nothing to keep them apart. With the 3 in harmony, they had a mysterious power. Nature and feelings both rejoiced as they joined in the supreme principle. They both promised without reservation to go to the West." In a moment they were back at the village. Holding the monster's rake in one hand and twisting his ear with the other, he said, "Do you know who that is sitting up straight in the main hall? It's my master." When old Gao and all his friends and relations saw Monkey coming, tugging the bound monster by his ear, they all came into the courtyard and said happily, "Venerable sir, this is the son-in-law all right.
The monster went forward, fell to his knees, and kowtowed to Sanzang with his hands behind his back. Master, he shouted, your disciple failed to welcome you. Had I known, master, that you were staying in my father-in-law's house, I'd have come to greet you and do homage, and I'd have been saved all this agony.
How did you make him submit and come to pay homage? Sanzang asked Monkey. Monkey then let the monster go, hit him with the handle of the rake, and yelled, "Tell him, fool!" The monster then told Sanzang all about how he had been converted by the Bodhisattva. Sanzang was so pleased that he asked Squire Gao for an incense table to be brought, which was done at once. Sanzang then washed his hands, burnt incense, bowed low to the south, and said, "Thanks be to the Bodhisattva for her divine grace." The elders also burnt incense and bowed low in worship. When this was done, Sanzang took the seat of honor in the hall and told Monkey to untie the monster. Monkey shook himself to take his hairs back, and the ropes untied themselves. The monster bowed to Sanzang once more and vowed to go to the west with him. Then he bowed to Monkey as his elder brother because he had joined first, addressing him as elder brother from then on. "If you wish to earn a good reward by going with me as my disciple, I'll give you a Buddhist name to call you by." "Master," he replied, "when the Bodhisattva laid her hands upon my head and told me to obey the prohibitions, she gave me a Buddhist name. Zhu Wuneng, Pig Awakened to Power." "Wonderful, wonderful," said Brother Monkey with a smile. "I'm called Wukong, Awakened to Emptiness, and you're called Awakened to Power. That makes us members of the same sect in the Buddhist faith."
"Master," said Pig, "I've been instructed by the Bodhisattva, and I never eat the 5 stinking foods and the 3 forbidden meats, wild goose, dog, and snakehead. I've eaten vegetarian food in my father-in-law's house and never touched the stinking foods. But now that I have met you, Master, I'm freed from these restrictions."
"You are not," Sanzang said. "You are not to eat the 5 stinking foods and the 3 forbidden meats, and I'm giving you another name. 8 prohibitions, or Baji."
"I shall obey my master's command," the moron happily replied,
and from then on he was known as Zhu Baji, or 8 Prohibitions Pig. Squire Gao was happier than ever to see he had turned from evil to good, and he ordered his servants to set out banquet, with which to thank the Tang priest. Pig went over to Squire Gao, tugged at his coat, and said, "Sir, may my wife come out and pay her respects to these 2 gentlemen?" "Brother," said Monkey with a laugh, "you've entered the church now and become a monk. Don't ever talk about a wife again. Only Taoist priests can have families. We Buddhist monks never marry. Let's all sit down and eat a vegetarian meal. Then we can set off early tomorrow morning on our journey to the west." Squire Gao had the table and chairs set out and asked Sanzang take the seat of honor. Monkey and Pig sat on his left and right, and all the relations sat below them. Squire Gao opened a pot of wine, from which he filled a cup and poured a libation to heaven and earth before handing it to Sanzang. "Frankly, sir," Sanzang said, "I have been a vegetarian from the womb, and have not consumed strong-flavored food since my earliest childhood." "Venerable Master, I know that you are a vegetarian, Squire Gao replied, which is why I haven't pressed any meat or strong flavored food upon you. But this wine is made from vegetable matter, so a cup of it will do no harm. I don't drink either, Sanzong explained, as alcohol is the first of the prohibitions of priesthood. Master, Pig hastily interjected, I may be a vegetarian, but I haven't given up liquor. And although I haven't strong head for the stuff, I and can't finish a whole jar of it, I haven't given it up either, Monkey added. In that case, you two had better drink some, but don't get drunk and ruin everything, said Sanzong. The pair of them then took the first cup, after which everyone sat down as the vegetarian dishes were brought in. Words could not describe the flowing cups, the well-filled dishes, and the splendid food. When master and disciples had eaten, Squire Gao brought pieces of gold and silver to the weight of 200 ounces on a red lacquer tray and offered them to the three pilgrims to help with the expenses of their journey. Then he produced 3 brocade-collared gowns that could serve as overcoats. We are mendicant monks, said Sanzong, who beg for our food in the villages and other places through which we pass, so we could not possibly accept gold, silver, or cloth. Monkey then marched up and grabbed a handful of the money. Then he addressed the young man Gao Kai. Yesterday, he said, I troubled you to lead my master here, and today he has recruited another disciple. But we have been unable to show our gratitude. So take these pieces of gold and silver as your fee for guiding us. And buy yourself a pair of straw sandals. If you have any more evil spirits in the future and you help us again, we'll be able to show even more appreciation. The young man Gao Kai took the gold and silver, then kowtowed to express his thanks. If you won't take gold or silver, Squire Gao said, please be good enough to accept these rough clothes as a mark of our gratitude. If we monks accepted a single thread, we would have to atone for it for 1,000 ages, replied Sanzong. It will suffice if we take the pancakes and fruit that we haven't eaten with us as provisions for the journey. Master, elder brother, said Pig, who was standing beside them. It's all right for you two to refuse them, but I was a son-in-law in this family for several years, and I deserve 3 bushels of grain to take with me. Yes, father-in-law, my tunic was torn by elder brother yesterday, and my shoes have split, so please give me a black brocade cassock and a good pair of new shoes. Old Squire Gao, who could scarcely refuse this request, gave him the new shoes and a tunic in exchange for his old ones. Pig swaggered over to old Gao, chanting a na-ah of respect, and said, please inform my mother-in-law, my sisters-in-law, my brothers-in-law, and my uncles that I have become a monk today, and ask them to excuse me for not saying goodbye to them in person. Father-in-law, look after my wife well. If we don't get the scriptures, I'll go back to lay life and work for you as a son-in-law again. Moron, shouted Monkey. Stop talking nonsense. I'm doing nothing of the sort, Pig replied. I am thinking that if things go wrong, I'd be wasting my time as a monk, and my wife's marriage would have been ruined both for nothing. Enough of your idle chatter, said Sanzang. Let's be on our way at once. Their luggage was hung from a carrying pole on Pig's shoulders. When the white horse was saddled, Sunzong mounted it, and Monkey led the way with his iron cudgel over his shoulder. Thus the three of them left Squire Gao, his relations, and his friends, and headed west. There's a poem to prove that goes, "The trees tower above the misty earth, as the Tang disciples of Buddha toil and suffer. When hungry, they beg their food from 1,000 homes. When cold, they wear cloaks with 1,000 patches. Do not allow the thought horse to run wild, and don't let the stubborn mind ape howl at will. With passion stilled and one's nature firm, all destinies are in harmony. When the full moon of contemplation is reached, you will be pure." After traveling westwards for a month, the three of them left the territory of Stubet and saw a mountain soaring up above their heads. Sunzong stopped whipping his horse on, reined him in, and said, "Monkey, Monkey, that's a high mountain in front of us, so please go and reconnoiter it." "No need," said Pig. "It's called Pagoda Mountain, and there's a rook's nest hermit who cultivates his conduct on it. I've met him." "What does he do?" Sunzong asked. "He has some powers," Pig replied. "He once invited me to cultivate my conduct with him, but I didn't go." As master and disciples talked, they were soon on the mountain. It was a splendid mountain at that. South of it were blue pines and verdant locust trees. To the north were green willows and red peach blossom. Cawing noisily, the wild birds talked to each other. Soaring gracefully, the cranes flew together. Rich in fragrance were the thousands of different flowers. Softly dark were the endless kinds of herbs. In the gullies were bubbling green streams. The crags were wreathed in auspicious cloud. It was indeed a scene of rare and elegant beauty. Lonely where no man came or went. As the master surveyed the scene from his horse, he noticed a grassed hut in front of a fragrant locust tree. To the left of it were David's deer with flowers in their mouths, and to the right were monkeys holding offerings of fruit, while phoenixes of many colors wheeled around the top of the tree, in which cranes and gold pheasants had gathered. Pig pointed and said, "That's the rook's nest hermit." Sunzong gave his horse the rein, whipped it on, and went straight to the foot of the tree. When the hermit saw the three of them coming, he jumped down from his bird's nest. Sunzong dismounted and bowed to him, and only then the hermit replied, helping him up. "Please arise, holy priest. I'm sorry I did not welcome you properly." "Greetings, venerable hermit," said Pig. "Aren't you the iron-haired pig from the Mount of Blessing? How have you had the great good fortune of traveling with a holy monk?" "Last year," replied Pig, "I was converted by the Bodhisattva Guan Yin, and I swore that I'd go with him as his disciple." "Wonderful, wonderful!" exclaimed the delighted hermit, who then pointed at Monkey and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" "Old hermit," said Monkey. "How is it that you know him but don't recognize me?" "Please excuse my ignorance," the hermit replied.
He is Sun Wukong, the senior of my disciples, explained Sanzong. I apologize for my discourtesy, said the hermit. Sanzong bowed again and asked him the way to the great Thunder Monastery in the western heaven. Far away, the other replied, far away. The journey is a long one, and there are many tigers and leopards along the way. It will be difficult. How far is it? Asked Sanzong with great interest. Although the journey is a long one, the hermit replied, you're bound to get there in the end, but there will be evil influences that you'll find hard to dispel. I have a Heart Sutra, a total of 270 words in 54 sentences, and if you recite it when you encounter evil influences, you will come to no harm. Sanzong prostrated himself on the ground and begged the hermit to tell him it, and the hermit recited it to him. It went, when the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, I butchered that, was meditating on the profound Prajna Paramita, he perceived that all the five aggregates are void and empty, and he was thereupon freed from all sufferings and calamities. Sariputra, matter is not different from voidness, and voidness is not different from matter. Matter is voidness, and voidness is matter. Such is also the case with sensation, perception, discrimination, and consciousness. Sariputra, all these things are void in nature, having neither beginning nor end, being neither pure nor impure, and having neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, in voidness there is not matter, no sensation, no perception, no discrimination, and no consciousness. There is no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, and no mind. There is no sight, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, and no mental process. There is no category of I, nor is there a category of consciousness. No ignorance, nor the cessation of ignorance. No old age and death, nor the cessation of old age and death. There is no suffering, no causes of suffering, no cessation of suffering, and no way leading go the cessation of suffering. And there is no wisdom, nor anything to be gained. As nothing is to be gained, a bodhisattva, depending on prajna paramita, becomes free in his mind. And as he is free in his mind, he has no fear, and is rid of dreamlike thoughts of unreality, and enjoys ultimate nirvana. By mean of prajna paramita, all Buddhas of the past, the present, and the future realize Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Therefore, we know prajna paramita is a great divine spell, a great enlightening spell, a supreme spell, and a spell without a parallel, that can do away with all the sufferings without fail. Thus we recite the Prajna Paramita spell and say, Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasamgate, Bodhi, Svaha. As the patriarch from the Tang had already the origins of enlightenment inside himself, he was able to remember the Heart Sutra after only one hearing, and it has been passed on down to this very day. This sutra is the kernel of the cultivation of truth, and it is the gateway to becoming a Buddha. When the hermit had recited it, he started to rise up to his crow's nest by cloud, But Sun Zong tugged at him and said that he wanted to know about the way to Western Heaven. To this, the hermit replied with a smile. The journey will not be difficult if you try to follow my instructions. There will be 1,000 mountains, 1,000 deep rivers, many evil miasmas, and many a devil. If you reach the edge of the sky, do not worry or be afraid. If you come to precipitous cliff, walk with your feet placed sideways. Be careful in the black pine forest, where many an evil fox may block your path. The capital cities will be full of spirits, and demon kings will live in the mountains. Tigers will sit in the music rooms. Wolves will be in charge of the accounts. Lions and elephants will all be kings, with tigers and leopards for ministers. A wild boar will carry your luggage, a water monster will lead the way. A very old stone monkey has no cause to be angry. Ask those friends of yours. They know the way to the west. Monkey smiled bitterly and said, Let's go. No need to ask him. You can ask me. Sanzang did not understand what he meant. The hermit changed himself into a beam of golden light and went up to his nest, while the venerable Sanzang bowed to him in gratitude. Monkey, now furiously angry, raised his iron cudgel and was just going up to wreck the place when 10,000 lotus flowers appeared, protected by 1,000 miraculous mists. Brother Monkey, you are strong enough to stir up the ocean or turn a river upside down, but don't even dream of touching a twig of that nest. When Sanzang saw what he was going to do, he grabbed hold of him and said, Wukong, what do you mean by trying to wreck this bodhisattva's nest? He insulted us 2 disciples, Monkey replied. He did not insult you, said Sanzang. He was talking about the way to the Western Heaven. You wouldn't be able to understand, Monkey said. When he said, A wild boar will carry your luggage, he was insulting Pig, and a very old stone monkey was an insult to me. You didn't get his meaning, of course. Don't be angry, said Pig. That hermit knows about the past and the future as well. We don't yet know whether his talk about a water monster leading the way will come true or not. Let him off. Monkey saw the lotus blossoms and the miraculous mists draw in round the nest, and could but ask his master to mount the horse and go down the mountain to the west. On his journey, although they knew blessings rare on earth, there was many a demon and disaster in the hill. If you don't know what lay in store for them, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 20. The Tang priest meets trouble on the Yellow Wind Ridge. Pig wins mastery halfway up the mountain. The Dharma is born in the mind, and in turn is destroyed by the mind. Who do life and death come from? Decide for yourself. If it is all from your own mind, why do you need others to tell you? All you need to do is work hard, squeezing blood out of iron. Thread a silken rope through your nose, and fasten yourself to emptiness. Tie it to the tree of non-action to prevent it from collapsing. Don't acknowledge bandits as your sons, or you will forget the Dharma and the mind. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by others. Smash them first with a punch. When the mind appears, it is non-existent.
When the Dharma appears, it ceases. When the boy and the ox both disappear, the blue sky is absolutely clear. All is as round as an autumn moon, and this and that can no longer be distinguished. This Gatha refers to how the patriarch Zhuangzang came to awareness and understanding of the Heart Sutra, and thus opened the gate. As that venerable elder recited it constantly, a ray of miraculous light penetrated through to him. Eating and sleeping in the open, the three of them traveled on, and before long the heat of summer was upon them. The blossoms were over. The butterfly's passion spent. High in the trees, the cicadas screeched. Wild silkworms spun cocoons amid the pomegranate blossom, as lotus flowers opened in the pool. As they were traveling along one evening, they saw a cottage beside the road. "Look," said Sanzang, "the sun is setting behind the western hills, hiding its mirror of fire, and the moon is rising from the eastern sea to show its wheel of ice. How lucky that there is a family living by our path. Let's spend the night here and set off again tomorrow morning."
"Well said," put in Pig. "I'm a bit hungry, and if we beg some food from that house, I'd have more strength for carrying the luggage."
"Homesick ghost," remarked Brother Monkey. "You've only been away from home for a few days, but you're already regretting that you came."
"Elder brother," Pig replied, "I can't live on wind and mist like you. You couldn't realize how the hunger's been gnawing at my stomach all these days I've been following our master."
"Pig," said Sanzang, "if your heart is still at home, you are not intended for a religious life, and you'd better go back."
The oafish Pig fell to his knees and pleaded, "Master, please don't pay any attention to what my elder brother says. It's an insult. He says I wish I hadn't come, but in fact, I've had no regrets at all. I may be stupid, but I'm straight. I just said that I was hungry and want to beg for some food, and he starts calling me a homesick ghost. But the Bodhisattva told me about the prohibitions, and you have been so kind to me. So I really do want to serve you on your journey to the West. I'll never have any regrets, I swear I won't. This is what they call cultivating conduct the hard way. What right have you to say I shouldn't be a monk?"
"Very well, then," said Sanzang. "Up you get." The idiot leapt up and picked up the carrying pole, chattering incessantly. Then he pressed grimly on. Before long, they reached the roadside house, where Sanzang dismounted as Monkey took the bridle and Pig put down his burden. They all stood in a green shade. Sanzang took his 9-ringed monastic staff, straightened his rattan hat, and hurried to the gates, where he saw an old man lying back on a bamboo bed, mumbling Buddhist scriptures to himself. Not wanting to shout loudly, Sanzang said in a quiet voice, "Greetings, benefactor." The old man sprang to his feet, straightened his clothes, and came out through the gate to return his greeting. "Excuse my discourtesy, venerable sir," he said, going on to ask, "where are you from, and why have you come to my humble abode?" "I am a monk from the great Tang in the east," Sanzang replied, "and I bear an imperial command to worship the Buddha in the Thunder Monastery and ask for the scriptures. As we find ourselves in this district at nightfall, I would be enormously obliged if you could allow us to spend the night in your mansion."
You'll never get there, said the old man with a wave of his hand and a shake of his head. It's impossible to get the scriptures from the western heaven. If you want scriptures, you better go to the eastern heaven.
Sanzang said nothing as he asked himself why the old man was telling him to go east when the Bodhisattva had instructed them to go west. How could the scriptures be attained in the east, he asked himself. In his embarrassment, he was at a loss for words, so he made no reply. Monkey, who was very rough by his nature, could not stand for this, so he went up to the old man and shouted, "Old fellow, you may be very ancient, but you're a complete fool. We holy men from far away come to ask for lodging, but all you can do is try to put us off. If your house is too poky, and there isn't room for us to sleep in it, we'll sit under the trees all night and won't trouble you any further." The old man grabbed hold of Sanzong and said, "Master, you didn't warn me that you had a disciple with such a twisted face and no chin to speak of, looking like a thunder god with his red eyes. You shouldn't let a demon of sickness like him alarm and offend a person of my age." "You're completely lacking in judgment, old man," Monkey said with a laugh. "Those pretty boys may look good, but, as they say, they don't taste good. I may be
ちもあるはずだなんて私は認めない。形の向こうがまた次の日がいいなんて、それが道筋なら神なんてものはいない。差し込んだ光さえこんだけ意地でこいつ人間を妖怪を神を信じてしまうのさ。ガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスは叫べ言葉にならぬ想いを空につながこに宇宙まで風風腹風何度もちゃうのフルテンで行くぜぶち壊してしゃべられ誰よりも優しいのは愛してるからじゃない。誰一人愛でさえない人心に決めたから誰よりも厳しいのは憎んでるからじゃない。誰一人二人にしないと決めたから言葉してとだ感情を離れてしまうんだ。溢れ劇場音のまま伝えたいんだ。ガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスはガチガチあれガチあれ先月ポリスは叫べ言葉にするな想いを乗って突き抜けて宇宙までシャウリンライラ涙流したもう声も殺すないくぜぶち壊してしゃべられ夜に散らばった孤独が詰めたら君とキラキラ救いの灯火になるためな私たちは弱かないんだ。だから怖がるまで叫ぶんだ。シャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラシャイレレシャイレラ。
Little, but I'm tough, and it's all muscle under my skin.
I suppose you must have some powers, the old man remarked.
Without wishing to boast, Monkey replied, I can get by.
Where is your home? The old man asked. And why did you shave your head and become a monk?
My ancestral home is the Water Curtain Cave on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit in the land of Aulai, which lies across the sea to the east of the eastern continent of Superior Body. I learned how to be an evil monster from childhood, and my name was Wukong, or Awakened to Emptiness. I used my abilities to make myself the great sage equaling heaven, but as I declined heavenly office and raised a great rebellion against the heavenly palace, I brought a disaster down on my own head. My sufferings are now over. I've turned to the Buddhist faith and am seeking a good reward for the future by escorting His Tang Excellency, my master, on his journey to the Western Heaven to visit the Buddha. I'm not afraid of high mountains and precipitous paths or of broad rivers with huge waves. I can catch monsters and subdue demons, capture tigers or dragons, walk in the sky, or burrow into the earth. As long as your mansion has a few broken bricks and tiles, a singing pot, and an open door, I'll be able to rest here contented. After hearing this speech, the old man said with a chuckle, So, you're a monk with the gift of gab, who suddenly switched destinies. You're the gabber, my child, retorted Monkey. I'm too tired after the strain of the journey with my master to be able to talk. It's as well you are, the old man replied, or you'd be talking me to death. If you have all these powers, you'll be able to reach the West. How many of you are there? Please come into my cottage for the night. Thank you very much for not losing your temper with him, Sanzong said. There are 3 of us. Where is the third? The old man asked. Your eyes are very dim, old man, said Monkey, pointing as he continued. Can't you see him standing in the shade there? When the old man, whose eyes were indeed dim, looked carefully and saw Pig's face, he was so terrified that he ran into the house shouting, Shut the gates! Shut the gates! There's a monster here! Monkey ran after him and grabbed him. Don't be afraid, old fellow, he said. He's not an evil monster. He's a fellow disciple of mine. Very well, then, replied the old man, who was trembling all over. But what a hideous creature to be a monk. As the old man was talking to the 3 monks in front of the gates, 2 young men appeared at the southern end of the farm, bringing an old woman and 3 or 4 children back from transplanting rice seedlings, for which reason their clothes were tucked up and their feet were bare. When they saw the white horse and the carrying pole with luggage and heard the shouting at the gates of their home, they did not know what was up, so they rushed forward and asked, What are you doing? Pig turned round, flapped his ears, and thrust his snout at them, at which they all collapsed in terror or fled. Up in the confusion, Sanzan kept calling out, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are good men. We are monks going to fetch the scriptures. The old man then came out again and helped the old woman to her feet. Up you get, wife, he said. There's no call for panic. This holy father is from the Tang court, and although his disciples are a bit ugly, their hearts are in the right place. Please take the youngsters inside. The old woman clung to the old man, while the 2 young men took the children inside. As he sat on a bamboo chair in the gatehouse, Sanzong said indignantly, Disciples, the pair of you are ugly to look at, and your language is too coarse. You gave that whole family a terrible fright, and got me into trouble. I'll tell you truthfully, master, Pig replied, that I've grown better looking since I've been following you.
When I lived in Gal Village, I looked so awful that I often used to scare 20 or 30 people to death by making a face and waggling my ears.
Don't exaggerate, stupid, said Monkey with a smile, and tidy that ugly mug of yours up a bit.
What nonsense you're talking, Monkey, said Sun Song. He was born that way, so how can you expect him to tidy his face up?
He could stick his rake of a snout into his chest and not bring it out. And he could lay those fan-shaped ears down behind his head and not waggle them. That would tidy his appearance up.
Pig then tucked his snout away and laid his ears back, and stood beside Sun Song with his head bowed. Brother Monkey took the luggage inside and tethered the white horse to a post. The old man came out again with a young man who was carrying a tray with 3 cups of tea on it, and when it had been drunk, he gave instructions for a vegetarian meal to be prepared. The young man then brought out an old, dented, and unlacquered table, as well as a pair of benches with chipped tops and broken legs, which he put at a cool spot before asking the 3 of them to sit down. Sun Zong then asked the old man his surname, and was told, "Your humble servant's name is Wang." "How many descendants have you?" "2 sons and 3 grandchildren." "Congratulations, congratulations," said Sun Zong. Then he asked the old man how old he was. "I have lived in my stupidity to 61. "Splendid, splendid. You've begun a new cycle," said Sun Zong. "Benefactor," he continued, "why did you say at first that it would be impossible to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven?" "There is no problem about actually getting the scriptures," the old man replied. "It's just that the journey will be very difficult. Only some 12 miles to west of here is a mountain called the 300-mile Yellow Wind Ridge, and it's full of evil monsters. That's why I said it would be impossible to get the scriptures. But as this younger gentleman says, he has so many magic powers, you will be able to get there." "Certainly, certainly," said Monkey. "With me, my master, and my fellow disciple, no devils, however fierce, will dare to provoke us." As he spoke, the youth came in with food, which he put on the table with the words, "Please eat." Sun Zong put his hands together and started to recite the grace. By then, Pig had already swallowed a bowlful, and the moron finished 3 more before the short prayer was over. "What a chaff guzzler," said Monkey. "We do seem to have run into a hungry ghost." Old Wang, however, found the speed at which Pig ate very amusing, and said, "This reverend gentleman must be very hungry. Give him more rice at once." The stupid creature indeed had a large stomach. Look at him, keeping his head down as he devours at least a dozen bowls. Sun Zong and Monkey had not been able to finish 2 bowls, but the idiot would not stop and was still eating. "As this is far from being hot cuisine, I cannot press you too hard, but please take another mouthful." "We have eaten enough," said Sun Zong and Monkey, but Pig said, "What are you going on about, old fellow? Who's been telling your fortune? Is that why you're going on about quizzing? Anyhow, as long as there's rice, give me some more." In a single meal, the idiot ate all the rice in the house, and still said that he was only half full. Then the table was cleared away, bamboo beds were set out for them in the gatehouse,
and they went to sleep. At dawn the next morning, Monkey went to saddle the horse while Pig packed the luggage. Old Wang told his wife to prepare some pastries and hot water for them, after which the three of them thanked them and said goodbye. "If anything goes wrong on your journey," the old man said, "you must come to our place." "Don't be so discouraging, old fellow," said Monkey. "We're dedicated, and there's no turning back for us." With that, they whipped the horse, picked up the carrying pole, and headed west. Alas, on their journey there was no good path to the west, and there were undoubtedly demons and great disasters in store for them. Before they had been going for half a day, they reached the mountain. It was most precipitous. Sun Zong rode as far as the edge of a cliff, then dismounted to have a look. High was the mountain, craggy the ridge, steep the cliffs, deep the valleys. Springs could be heard, and sweet smelt the flowers. Was that mountain high? Its summit touched the azure heavens. Were the gorges deep? At their bottom you could see the underworld. In front of the mountain were rolling white clouds and towering crags. There were no end of myriad fathom, soul-snatching cliffs, in which were twisting caves for dragons. Caves full of stalactites, dripping with water. He saw deer with branching antlers, and river deer gazing with fixed stare. Coiled, red-scaled pythons, and mischievous white-faced apes. At evening, tigers climbed the hills to find their dens. Dragons emerged from the waves at dawn, to enter their caves with thunderous roars. Birds flying in the grass rose in a flurry. Beasts walking in the woods hurried helter-skelter. Suddenly, a pack of wolves ran past, making the heart pound hard with fear. This is a place where caves are linked with caves, and mountains stand with mountains. The green of the peak made it like 10,000 feet of jade, as a myriad clouds were piled above it, like a cover of bluish gauze. While Sun Zong urged his silvery steed forward, Monkey strolled ahead on his cloud, and Pig ambled along with the carrying pole. As they looked at the mountain, they heard a whirlwind blowing up, and Sun Zong was alarmed. "Wukong," he said, "there's a whirlwind coming." "What's there to be afraid of about a wind?" said Monkey. "It's only weather, after all, and nothing to be scared of." "But this is a very evil wind, not like a natural wind at all," Sun Zong replied. "How can you tell?" Monkey asked. "Just look at it," said Sun Zong. "Mighty and majestic it howls and roars, coming out of the distant heavens. As it crosses the ridge, the trees moan, the trunks bend when it enters the wood. The willow on the bank is shaken to its roots, and flowers and leaves go swirling round the garden. On the fishing boats, gathering in nets, they pull hard on the cables. Ships lower their sails, and all cast anchor. The traveler loses his way in mid-journey. The woodcutter in the hills cannot carry his load. The monkeys scatter in the orchards of fairy fruit orchards. The deer flee from the clumps of rare flowers. Locust trees and cedar collapse before the cliff, while pine and bamboo in the valley are stripped of leaves. There are stinging blasts of dirt and sand, and waves boil on rivers and seas.
Pig went up to Monkey and grabbed hold of him. Brother, he said, this is a terrific storm. Let's take shelter.
You're useless, brother, replied Monkey with a mocking laugh. If a big wind makes you want to hide, what are you going to do when you meet an evil spirit?
Elder brother, have you never heard the saying, avoid a pretty girl as you would an enemy, avoid a wind as you would an arrow? Pig replied, there's no reason why we shouldn't take shelter.
Stop talking, will you, while I get a hold on that wind and take a sniff at it, said Monkey.
If you're talking through your hat again, said Pig with a grin, as if you could get a hold on a wind. Besides, even if you did, your hand would go through it.
What you don't know, brother, is that I have a magic way of catching winds, Monkey replied. Letting the head of the wind pass, the splendid monkey grabbed the tail and sniffed it. It had a rather foul stench. It certainly isn't a good wind, he remarked. It smells like either a tiger wind or a monster wind. There's definitely something suspicious about it. Before the words were out of his mouth, a ferocious striped tiger leapt out at the foot of the slope, slashing with its tail and rushing towards them. Sanzang was so scared that he could no longer keep his seat in his carved saddle, but fell headfirst off his white horse and lay sprawled in a witless heap beside the path. Pig threw down the luggage, grabbed his rake, and, not letting Monkey move forward, roared,
Animal, where do you think you're going?
He went straight after it and smote it on the head. The tiger stood up on its hind legs and with a swing of its front left claws ripped at its own chest. There was a tearing noise as its skin all came off, and then the creature stood beside the path. Just see how hideous was a gory skinned body, round red legs and feet, fiery matted hair, and straight bristling eyebrows. 4 sinister steely white fangs, a pair of glittering golden eyes. With soaring spirits it gave a mighty roar, a mighty and majestic shout. Not so fast, it yelled, not so fast. I am none other than the commander of the vanguard for the great Yellow Wind King. I bear his majesty's strictest command to patrol the mountain and catch a few common mortals as tidbits for him to nibble with his wine. Where are you from, monk? And how dare you wound me with that weapon of yours?
I'll get you, you beast, replied Pig abusively. You don't seem to realize that I'm not just any old passing traveler. I'm a disciple of Sanzang, the younger brother of Tang Emperor of the East, who has been sent by the Emperor to visit the Buddha in the Western Heaven and ask for the scriptures. If you clear off, stop blocking our path, and don't frighten my master anymore, I'll spare your life. But if you go on raging about like that, there'll be no mercy for you.
Not bothering to argue, the evil spirit rushed at Pig, feinted, and clawed at his face. Pig dodged nimbly and swung his rake at the monster, who turned and fled as he was unarmed. With Pig at his heels, he made for the bottom of the slope and produced 2 bronze swords for the tangled undergrowth there. Then, brandishing them, he turned to face Pig. The 2 of them battled away at the foot of the hill, lunging and hitting at each other. Monkey, who was helping the Tang priest to sit up, said, Don't be afraid, master. You sit here while I help Pig to defeat that monster. Then we can be on our way. Sanzang, who had managed to sit up, was shaking all over and intoning the Heart Sutra. Monkey grabbed his cudgel and shouted, Get it! Pig made a tremendous effort, and the monster fled from the scene of the battle. "Don't let him get away!" yelled Monkey. "You must catch it!" The pair of them chased the monster down the mountain, waving the rake and the cudgel. The monster was so hard pressed that it did a golden cicada shedding its skin trick. It reverted to its real form, a ferocious tiger, with a somersault, but Monkey and Pig would still not let it get away, and were hot on its heels, determined to destroy it. When the monster saw how close they were, it ripped at its chest and tore off its skin again, then laid it over a rock that was shaped like a crouching tiger. Then it abandoned its real body, turned into a hurricane, and went straight back to the path, where it noticed Sanzong reciting the Heart Sutra. Sanzong was grabbed by the monster and carried away on the wind. Poor Sanzong. The monk of the river was fated to suffer much. In the faith of Nirvana, it is hard to win merit. Carrying the Tang priest to the mouth of the cave, the monster stilled the hurricane and said to the gatekeepers, "Report to His Majesty at once that the tiger of the vanguard has caught a monk and is awaiting further instructions outside the gates." He was then admitted on the orders of the chieftain. With his 2 bronze swords stuck in his belt and holding the Tang priest in both hands, he went forward and genuflected before the chieftain. "Your Majesty," he said, "your humble underling was patrolling the mountain as ordered when I suddenly met a monk. He is the patriarch Sanzang, the younger brother of His Majesty, the great Tang Emperor. And he was going to the west to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures. I have captured him and now offer him as your dish for your table." The chieftain was astonished at the news. "I've heard tell of the patriarch Sanzang, the holy priest sent by the great Tang Emperor to fetch the scriptures. He has a disciple called Brother Monkey, whose magical powers are tremendous and whose cunning is considerable. However did you manage to catch him?" "He has 2 disciples. The first one to come at me was a fellow with a long nose and big ears who wields a 9-pronged rake, and the second one has a gold-banded iron cudgel and fiery eyes with golden pupils. When the pair of them were after me and about to attack, I used a golden cicada shedding its skin trick to make my getaway. Then I caught this monk to offer to your Majesty as a snack. He's not to be eaten yet," the chieftain said. "You must be off your food, your Majesty, if you won't eat what's put before you," said the tiger of the vanguard. "You don't get my point," the chieftain replied. "It's not eating him that worries me, but the thought that those 2 disciples of his may come here to make trouble, which would be dangerous. Tie him to the wind-settling stake in the garden at the back, and leave him there for a few days till we're sure his disciples won't be coming to make trouble for us. This way he'll be nice and clean, and we can do what we like with him, without any arguments. Whether we have him boiled, steamed, fried, or scrambled, we can eat him at our leisure." "Your Majesty's plans are most far-sighted, and you are quite right," said the tiger of the vanguard, who then ordered his underlings to take Sanzang away. 7 or 8 of them crowded forward to tie up Sanzang and take him away. They were like hawks seizing bramblings as they bound him tightly. Then did the unfortunate monk of the river long for Brother Monkey. The holy priest in his troubles wished Pig would come. "Disciples," he called out, "I don't know on what mountain you are catching monsters or where you're subduing evil spirits, but I've met with disaster and been captured by a demon. Alas, when will I ever see you again? If you come soon, you can save my life. But if you are too long about it, I will be finished." His tears poured down like rain as he moaned and sighed. As Monkey and Pig chased the tiger down the mountain, they saw that it had reached the bottom and was crouching at the foot of the cliff. Monkey raised his cudgel and brought it down as hard as he could, thus hurting his own hands. Pig took another swipe at the beast with his rake, which made its prongs splay apart. The tiger turned out to only be a tiger skin spread over a rock shaped like Crouching Tiger. "This is terrible," said Monkey. "He's tricked us." "How?" Pig asked. "The trick is called the golden cicada shedding its skin. He put his tiger skin over this rock and got away. We'd better go back and see that our masters comes to no harm." The two of them rushed back to find that Sanzong had disappeared. "Whatever shall we do?" cried Monkey in a voice as loud as thunder. "It's caught our master." Pig led the horse over and said through his tears, "Heaven help us. Wherever shall we look for him?" "Don't cry," said Monkey, raising his head. "Don't cry. If you cry, you'll dampen our spirits. I'm convinced he must be somewhere on this mountain. We must start searching for him." The two of them hurried deep into the mountain, going through passes and crossing ridges, and after they had been going for a long time, they saw a cave palace at the foot of a rock face. They stopped to gaze at it, and saw an awe-inspiring sight. Screened by many a jagged peak, with ancient paths winding around, green pines merged with bluish bamboo, the softness of willows and wutong trees. Odd boulders stood in pairs before the cliff, while birds made couples hidden in the woods. The water in the gully splashed against the rock wall, as the spring waters trickled over the sandbank. Under the billowing clouds, rare herbs grew lush. Fox spirits and crafty hares darted around. Horned deer and river deer fought for mastery. Ancient creepers hung across the rocks, and 1,000-year cypress was suspended in a chasm. In pinnacled majesty, it vied with Mount Hua. The flowers and birdsong rivaled Tiantai Peak. "Worthy brother," said Monkey, "put our baggage in the wind-storing cave. Let the horse out to pasture, and lie low while I go to the gates of that place and fight it out with them. I must catch that evil spirit before I can rescue our master."
"There's no need to give me instructions," Pig replied. "Go at once."
Monkey straightened his tunic, tightened his tiger skin kilt, and went straight to the gate with his cudgel in his hands. Above the gate he saw Yellow Wind Cave of the Yellow Wind Ridge, written in large letters. Taking a firm stance and brandishing the club, he shouted, "Evil monsters! Send my master out if you don't want this den of yours turned upside down and your home trampled flat." When the junior fiends heard this, they were terrified, and they ran trembling inside to announce, "Your Majesty, a disaster!" "What is it?" asked the yellow wind monster who was sitting inside. "There's a thunder-voiced, hairy-faced monk outside with a great thick iron cudgel in his hands, and he wants his master back," they said. The alarmed chieftain sent for the tiger of the vanguard and said to him, "When I sent you to patrol the mountain, you were only supposed to catch mountain oxen, wild boar, deer, and goats. Why on earth did you bring that Tang priest here? It's provoked his disciple into coming to make trouble. What are we to do?" There is no need for your majesty to worry, the tiger replied. Your incompetent underling will take 50 junior officers out with me and bring back that brother monkey as a second course for the meal. Apart from the higher and lower ranking commanders, we have about 600 junior officers here, said the chieftain. Take as many of them as you like, with you. If you catch that monkey, we can dine off the priest at our leisure, and I promise to make you my sworn brother. But I'm afraid that you won't be able to get him, and that he'll kill you. If that happens, don't blame me. Rest assured, the tiger monster said. Rest assured. I'll soon be back with him. Mustering 50 strong and spirited young fiends, he charged out the gates with drums rolling and banners waving. His 2 bronze swords were tied to his body. Where are you from, ape monk? He shrieked at the top of his voice. What do you mean by all this yelling and shouting? You skinned beast, Monkey retorted. You played that trick of skinning yourself to capture my master, and you have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing? Bring my master out at once, and I'll spare your life. Yes, I captured your master, the monster replied, and he's going to be served up at His Majesty's dinner table. If you have any sense, go away. Otherwise, I'll catch you too, and you'll be served up with him. As I've got one of you, I'll let the other off. Monkey was now furious, and he gnashed his steely teeth as his fiery eyes opened wide in a terrible glare. What powers have you, he roared, brandishing his iron cudgel, to give you the nerve to talk so big? Hold it a moment, and take this. The tiger put his hands on his swords, and a terrible fight ensued as each of them showed off his powers. The monster was like a goose egg. Monkey was an egg-shaped stone. Trying to ward off Monkey with bronze swords was like throwing eggs at a stone. How can a crow or jackdaw fight a phoenix? What chance has a pigeon against a hawk? The monster snorted out winds that covered the mountain in dust, but Monkey breathed a fog that blotted out the sun. After fighting it out for many a round, the vanguard was exhausted, his strength all gone. He turned away, defeated, to flee for his life, only to have Monkey harry him to death. When he could defend himself no longer, the monster turned to flee. As he had talked so boastfully in front of his chieftain, he dared not return to the cave, so he tried to escape up the mountainside. Monkey, who had no intention of letting him go, chased him as fast as he could, waving his cudgel, roaring and howling. He chased him as far as the hollow where the wind was stored, where Pig could be seen pasturing the horse. As soon as Pig heard the shouting, he turned to look, and when he saw Monkey pursuing the defeated tiger monster, he let go of the horse, raised his rake, and struck the tiger diagonally across the head. The poor monster, who thought he had made his way out of the silken net, never realized that he had been caught by a fish trapper. Pig's rake made 9 holes from which the blood gushed, and the brains all spurted out. There is a poem to prove that it goes. Converted to the true faith several years before, he avoided meat and was awakened to emptiness. Determined with all his heart to defend Sanzang, he won this merit early in his religious life. Planting his foot in the middle of the monster's back, Pig swung the rake with both hands and smote him again. When Monkey saw this, he was delighted, and he said, "That's the way, brother. He led a few dozen petty fiends out to do battle with me, but I beat him. Instead of running back to the cave, he came this way, as if he wanted to die. If you hadn't been here to meet him, he'd have got away again.
Was he the one who made a gale and carried off our master?
Pig asked. The very one, Monkey replied. Did you ask him where our master is? Pig asked. Wrong voice, sorry. He took our master into the cave and wanted to give him to his chieftain to eat with rice. This made me so angry that I fought him all the way to here, where you finished him off. The credit for this must go to you, brother. You'd better go on looking after the horse and our things while I drag that monster's body over to the cave and challenge them to another fight. We must capture the chief monster if we're to rescue our master.
You're right, said Pig. So off you go. If you beat that chief monster, mind you chase him this way for me to corner and kill.
Splendid Monkey went straight to the mouth of the cave with his cudgel in one hand and the dead tiger in the other. Indeed, when the patriarch was in danger from evil monsters, emotion and nature combined to subdue the demons. If you don't know whether he defeated the evil monsters and saved San Zong, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Hey y'all, this will be chapters 21 through 30. I'm recording the preface for this a little differently this time, just to save myself some work in the future, because I will eventually end up combining 1 through 100 into one gigantic video. And the time that it's going to take to process that is just going to be ridiculous. Like, I added all of 21 through 30 together, and currently it says about 2 hours to complete. So I'm going to end up adding this onto that, and it's probably going to take 2 more hours. So maybe I'll get this out at midnight. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate all of you that have stuck it out so far. We're getting into the real meat and potatoes. We're 3/10 of the way in, so not too shabby. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate y'all. Anyone who's active, and like contributing to discussion, I appreciate you. And yeah, that's it. So without further ado, enjoy chapters 21 through 30. Thanks.
Chapter 21. The protectors of the faith build a farm for the great sage. Ling Ji from Sumeru pacifies the wind devil. The 50 petty devils fled, routed into the cave, their banners and drums smashed, to report, "Your Majesty, the tiger of the vanguard is no match for the hairy-faced monk who chased him down the mountain." The old fiend was very angry at the news, and he sat silent with his head bowed as he thought over what to do. Then the petty demons from the gate came in to announce, "Your Majesty, the hairy-faced monk has killed the tiger of the vanguard and dragged his body to the gates, where he's insulting us to provoke us to fight."
The old fiend was angrier than ever when he heard this, and he said, "This wretch doesn't know what he's doing, killing my commander of the vanguard, although I haven't eaten his master. Hateful beast. Bring my armor. I've heard of this brother monkey, and now I think I'll go out to have a look at this 9-headed, 8-tailed monk. I'll capture him to avenge my tiger of the vanguard." The junior devils brought the armor as fast as they could, and when the old fiend had put it all on properly, he took his steel trident and led his devilish host out of the cave. He was full of martial dignity as he came out, and you can see how he was equipped. His golden helmet shone in the sun, and light was reflected from his golden armor. A pheasant's tail floated above his helmet, and the thin silk robe over his armor was pale goose yellow. The belt that girded his armor was dragon brilliant. His shining breastplate dazzled the eye. His deerskin boots were the color of locust tree blossom. His brocade kilt was patterned with willow leaves. With a sharp steel trident in his hand, he was no less awesome than the little sage Erlang. As he came out of his cave, the old fiend shouted at the top of his voice, "Are you Brother Monkey?" Monkey, who was jumping up and down on the tiger monster's corpse and brandishing his cudgel, replied, "Your grandfather Monkey is here. Send my master out." The evil spirit looked carefully at Monkey and saw that he had a miserable little body and a pinched face, and did not even stand 4 feet tall. "Poor little thing," he said with a laugh. "I'd imagined that you were some sort of invincible hero, but now I see what a sick little devil you really are, all skin and bone." Monkey smiled back and said, "You've no eyes in your head, my child. I may be tiny, but if you hit me on the head with the handle of your trident, I'll grow another 6 feet." "Make your head hard, then," the monster replied. "Here it comes." The great sage did not flinch as the monster hit him. Then, with a bend of his waist, he grew 6 feet taller, making himself 10 feet tall altogether, to the astonishment of the monster, who put his trident down and shouted, "Brother Monkey, why do you come and do these defensive transformations at my gate? Stop fooling around and come over here so we can compare tricks." "My child," Monkey replied, "as the saying goes, if you have any warm feelings, don't raise your hand in anger. And if you raise your hand in anger, put all feelings aside. I have a very heavy hand, and I'm afraid that you may not be able to stand my cudgel." No longer wishing to talk, the monster whirled his trident round and lunged at Monkey's chest. With unrushed expertise, Monkey did a black dragon pawing the ground movement to parry the trident with his cudgel before striking at the monster's head. There followed a fine duel between the pair of them at the mouth of the Yellow Wind Cave. The Demon King was furious. The great sage showed his might. The furious Demon King wanted to catch Monkey in revenge for his vanguard commander. The mighty great sage intended to capture the evil spirit and rescue his master. When the trident came, the cudgel parried. When the cudgel struck, the trident blocked. One was supreme commander of the mountain. The other was the handsome Monkey King, protector of the law. At first, they fought in the dust, but then they rose into mid-air. The steel-tipped trident was bright-pointed and deadly sharp. The as-you-will cudgel was black and banded with gold. Whoever was run through would go to the underworld. If either was hit, he would surely meet King Yama. All depended on a fast hand and a quick eye. Strength and vigor were essential. Each was mindless of life or death. Who would survive and who would be killed? After some 30 rounds of combat between the old fiend and the great sage, the issue was still not settled. As Monkey wanted to win glory, he used an extra body trick. Plucking a hair out, he chewed it into little bits, blew them all out, and shouted, "Change!" They turned into well over 100 monkeys, all dressed like him and wielding iron cudgels. They surrounded the monster in midair, and in his fright, he countered with a trick of his own. He turned his head sharply to the southeast, opened his mouth 3 times, and blew. A yellow hurricane suddenly arose. It was really terrible. As it howled and moaned, all was changed. Without sign or shadow, the yellow dust whirled, whistling through forests, toppling mountains, and uprooting trees, picking up dust to blot out the tumbling ridge. The Yellow River's waters were all in turmoil, while the Yangtze's waves were all blown backwards. The Polar Palace was rocked in the sky. The Senluo Palace in the underworld was all but blown down. Heaven was filled with the shouting of arhats. The 8 great Vajrapanis were all yelling wildly. Manjushri's black-coated lion fled. Samantabhadra's white elephant was nowhere to be found. The true martial emperor's tortoise and snake were missing. Zitong's mule was blown away by its saddlecloth. Traveling merchants called on heaven. Boatmen made vows to the gods as they sought safety. Lives were washed away in the torrent. Fortune or death was decided by the waters. The cave palace on the magic mountain was murky dark, and Pinglai, Island of Joy, was wrapped in gloom. Lao Tzu could hardly manage to look after his furnace. The Star of Longevity put away his fan of dragon's beard grass. The Queen Mother, on her way to a peach banquet, had the pendants at her waist blown in a tangle. Erlang could not find his city of Guangzhou. Neja could scarcely draw his sword from its scabbard. Heavenly King Li lost sight of the pagoda in his hand. Lu Ban, the carpenter, dropped his gold-tipped awl. 3 stories of the pagoda at Thunder Monastery fell, and the stone bridge at Zhaozhou collapsed. The red wheel of the sun sent out no light, and all the stars in the sky were dimmed. The birds of the southern hills were carried to the north. The waters of the east lake flowed to the west. Husband was parted from wife, mother snatched from child. The Dragon King searched the seas for his yakshas. The Thunder God hunted everywhere for his lightning. The 10 kings of hell looked for the judge, while the bull-headed demons searched for the horse-faced. This hurricane overturned Podoraka Island, rolling up all of Guanyin's scriptures. The White Lotus went flying beyond the seas, and the 12 courts of the Bodhisattva were all blown down. Pengu, who had seen all winds since creation, had never seen one as fine as this. Howl, howl, as mountains and seas trembled, Heaven and earth were all but blasted asunder. The hurricane that the monster had summoned up made all the little monkeys that the great sage had produced from his hair whirl round in midair like so many spinning wheels, and far from being able to use their cudgels, they could not even control their own bodies. At this critical moment, Monkey shook his hair and put it back on his body, then advanced to give battle with his iron cudgel held high. The monster blew another yellow hurricane at him, and it was so strong that Monkey had to shut his fiery eyes with their golden pupils tight. Opening them was out of the question. Unable to use his iron cudgel, he had to flee from the scene of battle, at which the monster put his wind away and went back to his cave. When Pig saw the great yellow hurricane blow up and cast heaven and earth into darkness, he held on to the horse and kept a grip on the carrying pole while he crouched in the hollow on the mountainside, not daring to open his eyes or raise his head, as he invoked the Buddha and made all sorts of vows to him. He did not know whether Monkey had won or lost, or whether their master was still alive. As he worried about all this, the wind died down and the sky became clearer again. He raised his head to look towards the entrance of the cave, but he could neither see any weapons nor hear any gongs or drums. The idiot did not want to get any nearer to those gates, and there was nobody else to look after the horse and the baggage, so he was stuck there, not knowing what to do and feeling miserable. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Monkey shouting to the west of him. Pig rose to his feet to welcome him and said, "That was quite a wind, elder brother. Where have you been?" "That was terrible," said Monkey. "Never in my life have I known such a hurricane. The old fiend came out to fight me with a steel trident, and after we'd been at it for 30 rounds, I used my extra body trick to surround him. This made him so worried that he deliberately summoned up the wind. It was really vicious. It blew so hard I couldn't stand my ground, so I had to put my tricks away and clear out. What a wind! What a wind! I can call up wind or rain, but I've never produced anything as vicious as his."
"Can that evil monster fight well?" Pig asked.
"He's not bad at all," Monkey replied. "And he has a very neat way with this trident. We were evenly matched apart from that foul wind, which makes him unbeatable."
"Then how are we going to rescue our master?" Pig asked.
"His rescue will have to wait," Monkey replied. "I wonder if there's an oculist near here to treat my eyes."
"What's happened to them?" Pig asked.
"When that monster blew his wind at me," said Monkey, "it made my eyes very sore, and they keep on watering."
"We're halfway up a mountain, and night's falling," said Pig. "Never mind about an oculist. There's nowhere for us to shelter for the night."
"There's no problem about shelter," Monkey replied. "I don't think that evil spirit will dare to do our master any harm. So let's find the main path and look for a house to stay in tonight. We can come back here at first light to subdue that fiend."
Very well," Pig replied.
Leading the horse and carrying the baggage, they came out of the hollow and went along the path. The dusk was gradually deepening when they heard dogs barking under a hill to the south of the path. They stopped to look and saw a farmhouse with a lamp shining brightly in its window. The pair of them stopped bothering to look for the path and cut straight through the grass to the gate. They saw dark magic fungus, greeny white rocks. The magic fungus was dark among the many herbs, The white rocks were green with moss. Some tiny fireflies made dots of light against the dense ranks of the forest trees. Heavy was the fragrance of the orchid, and the tender bamboo had been newly cut. A pure spring flowed along a winding bed. An ancient cypress hung over a cliff. No travelers came to this remote spot, and only wild flowers bloomed before the gate. As they did not want to march straight in, the two of them shouted, "Open up! Open up!" An old man came out at the head of several farmhands carrying forks, rakes, and brooms. "Who are you?" he asked. "Who are you?" "We are the disciples of the holy priest of the great Tang in the east," replied Monkey with a bow. "We were crossing these mountains on our way to the west to visit the Buddha and ask for the scriptures, when the great king of the yellow wind snatched our master away. We haven't been able to rescue him yet, but as it is getting dark, we've come to beg for a night's lodging in your mansion, and we hope very much that you will help us." The old man returned his bow and said, "I'm sorry I didn't welcome you properly. This is a place where we see a lot of clouds, but very few people. And when I heard you shouting at the gate, I feared it might be fox spirits, tigers, bandits from the mountains, or something of the sort. I'm afraid that I have stupidly offended you. I did not realize it would be two reverend gentlemen. Please, come in." Taking the horse and luggage with them, they went inside, tethered the animal, put down the carrying pole, bowed to the old man, and sat down. A servant came in with tea, and when they had drunk it, some bowls of sesame meal were produced. After they had eaten, the old man had beds prepared for them and suggested that they went to bed. "We don't need to sleep yet," Monkey replied, adding, "May I ask you, kind sir, if eye ointment is sold anywhere around here?" "Do you have a chronic eye complaint, reverend sir?" the old man asked. "I can tell you truthfully, sir," Monkey replied, "that we religious men have never been ill before, and I've never had trouble with my eyes before." "Then why are you asking for ointment?" the old man asked. "We were trying to rescue our master on the Yellow Wind Ridge today," Monkey explained, "when that monster started blowing his wind at me, which made my eyes ache. They're streaming with tears now, which is why I want to find some eye ointment." "A fine story," the old man commented. "How could you tell such lies, a reverend gentleman, and so young a one at that? The great king of the Yellow Wind's hurricane is really terrible. It can't be compared with spring winds, autumn winds, pine or bamboo winds, or north, south, east, and west winds." "It must be a brain-snatching wind," interrupted Pig, "or a goat's ear wind, or a hemp wind, or a head-twisting wind." "No, no," the old man said. "It's called a divine samadhi wind." "What's it like?" Monkey asked. "It can darken heaven and earth, make gods and devils gloomy, split rocks open, and bring cliffs down. And it doesn't stop till you're dead," the old man replied. "If you'd encountered that wind, you couldn't possibly have survived. Only a god or an immortal would be able to survive such a wind." "Quite right," Monkey replied. "Quite right. Although we're not gods or immortals ourselves, I regard them as my juniors, and this life of mine is extremely hard to snuff out." All the wind could do was to make my eyes very sore. If what you say is true, the old man said, you must really be somebody. Although there's nowhere that sells eye ointment here, I sometimes suffer from watering eyes myself when I'm in the wind, and I once met an unusual person who gave me a prescription for 3-flower 9-seed ointment. This cures all inflammations of the eye. Monkey bowed his head, chanted a respectful "No," and said, "Please put a little on my eyes for me to try." The old man consented, went inside, and brought out a tiny agate bottle. Removing the stopper, he dipped a jade hairpin inside and put a tiny amount in Monkey's eyes, then told him not to open them. He could go to sleep without worrying, and in the morning he would be cured. When he had finished applying it, he put the stopper back in the bottle and gave it to a servant to put away inside. Pig opened their bundles, spread out their bedding, and told Monkey to go to bed. Monkey groped about so wildly with his eyes shut that Pig laughed at him and said,
"Would you like a blind man's stick, sir?"
"Chaff-guzzling moron," Monkey retorted. "Do you want to make a blind man of me?" The idiot chuckled himself quietly to sleep, but Monkey sat thinking on the bed until midnight before he dozed off. At about 5 the next morning, just before the break of day, Brother Monkey rubbed his face, opened his eyes, and said, "It certainly is good ointment. I can see far and more clearly than ever." He turned round to look behind him, and to his astonishment, there was no house, windows, or doors. All that could be seen were some ancient locust trees and tall willows. The pair of them were sleeping on cushions of green sedge.
"What are you shouting for?" asked Pig as he woke up.
"Open your eyes and look," replied Monkey. The idiot raised his head, and when he saw that there was nobody there, he leapt up in a panic with the words,
"Where's our house?"
"Horse." "Over there, tied to a tree," said Monkey.
"What about your luggage?"
"There, beside your head."
"The wretches," said Pig. "Moving way in the middle of the night. Damn it, we must have been almost dead asleep. However did they dismantle the house without us hearing a thing?"
"Idiot," said Monkey with a snigger. "Don't go shouting all over the place. Can you see what that piece of paper on the tree over there is?" Pig went over, tore it down, and saw that there were 4 lines of verse on it. This farm was not inhabited by mortals. The revealers of the truth produced the house by magic. I gave you good medicine to cure your eyes. Subdue demons with all your heart, and never hesitate. So those tough gods came to play their tricks, although I haven't called the roll since they changed the dragon into a horse," said Monkey.
"Don't show off, brother," said Pig. "How could they possibly answer to your roll call?"
"You don't realize," Monkey replied, "that the protectors of the faith, the 6 Dings, the 6 Jias, the revealers of the truth of the 5 regions, and the 4 duty gods have all been ordered by the Bodhisattva to give secret protection to our master. They reported their names to me then, but as I've had you with me recently, I haven't needed them again, which is why I haven't called the roll."
"Brother," Pig replied, "if they have been ordered to protect our master in secret, then of course they can't appear in their true forms. That was why they produced the magic farm. You mustn't be angry with them. Yesterday they gave you eye ointment and fed us. They did all they could. Don't be angry with them. Let's go and rescue the master instead."
"How right you are," said Monkey. "It's not far from here to the Yellow Wind Cave, so there's no need for you to move. You'd better stay in the wood and look after the horse and the luggage while I go to the cave and see what I can find out about where our master is before fighting the monster again."
"Yes," said Pig. "Find out for sure whether he's alive or dead. If the master's dead, we'd better each go our own way. And if he's alive, we'll do everything we can to save him."
"Stop talking such nonsense," replied Monkey. "I'm off." With a single jump, he arrived at the entrance to the cave, where the gates were still locked as everyone was asleep. Monkey did not call on them to open the gates as he did not want to alarm the monsters. Instead, he said a spell, made a magic movement with his hand, shook himself, and turned into a neat little mosquito. There are some lines about it that go, "Its troublesome little body has a sharp bite. Its faint buzz echoes like thunder. Clever at getting through the curtains round the bed. It particularly loves the summer's warm weather. It fears only smoke and fly swatters, and loves the brilliance of the lamp. Light and tiny, it flies straight in, entering the evil spirit's cave." Seeing that the lowly demon on the gate was fast asleep and snoring, Monkey bit him on the face, at which the creature woke up and said, "My lord, what an enormous mosquito! It's raised a huge lump with a single bite." Then he opened his eyes and announced, "It's light." The two gates creaked open, and Monkey flew inside with a buzz to see the old demon giving orders that a very close watch was to be kept at all the gates, and all the weapons are to be assembled at such and such a spot. "I'm afraid that yesterday's wind may not have killed Brother Monkey," he was saying, "and I think he's bound to come back today. When he does, I'll finish him off." When he heard this, Monkey flew across to the back of the hall, where he saw a door that was tightly closed. He slipped through the crack between the two leaves of the door and found himself in a large empty garden, on one side of which was the wind-settling stake with the Tang priest tied to it. The tears were pouring down Sun Zong's face as he wondered where Monkey and Pig were. Monkey stopped flying as he stung his shaven pate and called, "Master." "Monkey," said Sun Zong, recognizing his voice, "do you want to get me killed? Where are you calling me from?" "I'm on your head, master. Don't be anxious or worried. We're sure to catch that evil spirit and save your life." "How long will it be till you catch that evil spirit, disciple?" "Pig has already killed the tiger monster who captured you," Monkey replied, "but that old fiend has a terrible way with a hurricane. All the same, I'm certain I can catch him today, so don't worry and stop crying. I'm off now." With those words, he buzzed away to the front hall, where he saw the old monster sitting on his throne and reviewing his captains. A junior evil spirit suddenly rushed in with a command flag in his hands and announced, "I had just gone out to patrol the mountain, your majesty, when I saw a monk with a long snout and big ears sitting in the woods. If I hadn't run as fast as I could, he'd have caught me, but I didn't see that hairy-faced monk." "If Brother Monkey wasn't there," the old fiend said, "he must have been killed by the wind, and he won't be going off to get soldiers to rescue his master." "If the wind killed him, your majesty," the other devil said, "we are in luck. But if he wasn't killed and went to fetch divine soldiers instead, what's to be done?" "What's so frightening about divine soldiers?" the old fiend said. "None of them can put down my wind except the Bodhisattva Ling Ji, so there's no need to fear the rest of them." When Monkey heard this, he sat on a roof beam. He was beside himself with delight. Flying straight out, he reverted to his real form and went back to the wood, calling, "Brother!"
"Where have you been?" Pig asked. "I chased an evil spirit with a command flag away just now."
"Good for you," said Monkey with a smile. "Good for you. I changed myself into a mosquito and went into the cave to see our master. He was tied to a wind-settling stake in there and crying. I told him not to cry, flew up to a roof beam, and had a good listen. I saw the one with the command flag come puffing and panting in to report that you'd chased him away and that he hadn't seen me. The old fiend was making some wild guesses. First he said that I had been killed by his wind, and then he said I'd gone to ask for the help of divine soldiers. It's wonderful. He gave the fellow's name away."
"Whose name?" Pig asked.
"He said that no divine soldier could surpass his wind, except the Bodhisattva Lingji," Monkey continued, adding, "But I don't know where the Bodhisattva Lingji lives." As they were wondering what to do, an old man came along the road. Look at him. He was strong enough not to need a stick, but his beard was like ice, and his flowing hair snowy. Although his gold-flecked, sparkling eyes seemed somewhat dim, his aged bones and muscles had not lost their strength. Slowly he walked, back bent and head bowed down, but his broad brow and rosy cheeks were those of a boy. If you gave him a name from his looks, the star of longevity had come out of his cave. When Pig saw him, he said with delight,
"Brother, you know the saying. If you want to know the way down the mountain, ask a regular traveler. Why don't you ask him?"
The great sage put his iron cudgel away, unhitched his clothes, and went up to the old man. "Greetings, grandfather," he said. Half replying to him and half not, the old man returned his bow and asked,
"Where are you from, monk, and what are you doing in this desolate spot?"
"We are holy monks going to fetch the scriptures," Monkey replied. "Yesterday we lost our master here, and we would like to ask you, sir, where the Bodhisattva Lingji lives."
"Lingji lives 1,000 miles due south of here," the old man said, "on a mountain called Little Mount Sumeru. There's a holy place there, which is the monastery where he preaches the scriptures. Are you going to fetch the scriptures from him?"
"No," Monkey replied. "We're not going to fetch scriptures from him, but to trouble him over something else. How does one get there?" The old man pointed south and said,
"That twisting path will take you."
Thus tricking the great sage into turning round to look, the old man turned into a puff of wind and disappeared from sight. All that could be seen of him was a piece of paper he had left beside the road. On it were 4 lines of verse that read, "I report to the great sage equaling heaven that I am Long Life Lee. On Sumeru Mountain there's a flying dragon staff, the weapon the Buddha once gave to Lingji." Brother Monkey took the note, turned, and set off. "What lousy luck we've been having for the last few days, brother," said Pig.
"For the last couple of days we've been seeing ghosts, even in broad daylight. Who was that old man who turned into a wind?"
Monkey handed the piece of paper to him, and when he had read it, he said,
Who is this Long Life Lee?
He's the great white planet of the West, Monkey replied. Pig immediately bowed low and said,
My benefactor, my benefactor. If he hadn't put in a memorial to the Jade Emperor, I don't know what would have become of me.
So you're capable of feeling gratitude, said Monkey. Meanwhile, you're to hide deep in these woods without showing yourself, and keep a close watch on the baggage and the horse while I go to Mount Sumeru to ask the Bodhisattva to come.
Understood, said Pig. Understood. You go as fast as you can. I've learned the tortoise's trick and can pull my head in when necessary.
The great sage leapt into the air and headed south on his somersault cloud at a tremendous speed. He could cover 1,000 miles with a nod of his head, and do 800 stages with a twist of his waist. It was only an instant before he saw a high mountain surrounded by auspicious clouds and a propitious aura. In a valley on the mountain there was a monastery from which the distant sounds of bells and stone chimes could be heard, and a haze of incense smoke hung above it. Monkey went straight to the gate, where he saw a lay brother with prayer beads round his neck, who was invoking the Buddha. Greetings, lay brother, said Monkey, clasping his hands in salutation. The lay brother bowed low to him in reply and said, Where are you from, sir? Is this where the Bodhisattva Lingji preaches the scriptures? Monkey asked. Yes, this is the place, the lay brother replied. Have you a message for him? I would like you to tell him that I am brother Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, a disciple of the patriarch Sanzang, the younger brother of His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Tang in the East, and there is a matter about which I would like to see the Bodhisattva.
That's far too many words for me to remember, sir, said the lay brother with a smile.
Then tell him that the Tang priest's disciple Sun Wukong is here, Monkey replied. The lay brother did as he asked and went into the preaching hall to pass on the message. The Bodhisattva put on his cassock, burnt some incense, and prepared to receive him. As the great sage went through the gate and looked inside, he saw a hall full of brocade, a room of awe-inspiring majesty. All the monks were chanting the Lotus Sutra, while the aged head priest lightly struck the golden chime. The offerings made to the Buddha were magic fruit and magic flowers. Set out on tables were meatless delicacies. Dazzling candles sent golden flames up to the rainbow. From fragrant incense, jade smoke rose to the translucent mist. With the sermon over and the mind at peace, a trance was entered. White clouds coiled around the tops of pine trees. When the sword of wisdom is sheathed, the demon is beheaded. Great are the powers of the Prajna Paramita. The Bodhisattva straightened his clothes and came out to meet Monkey, who climbed the steps into the hall and sat in the guest's seat. When the orders were given for tea to be brought, Monkey said, I won't trouble you to give me tea. My master is in trouble on the Yellow Wind Mountain, and I have come to ask you, Bodhisattva, to use your great powers to subdue the demon and rescue my master.
I have been ordered by the Tathagata Buddha to guard over the Yellow Wind monster, the Bodhisattva replied. The Tathagata gave me a wind-settling pill and a flying dragon staff.
When I captured that monster before, the Tathagata spared his life and exiled him to live in seclusion on this mountain, where he is not allowed to kill or do any other evil. I never imagined that he would want to murder your master today. I must hold myself responsible for this, as I have failed to carry out my orders. The Bodhisattva wanted to keep Monkey for a meal and a talk, but in response to Monkey's urgent pleading, he took his flying dragon staff and rode off with the great sage by cloud. A moment later, they reached the Yellow Wind Mountain, and the Bodhisattva said, "Great sage, as this evil monster is a bit scared of me, I'd better stay here inside the cloud, while you go down and challenge him to come out and fight. Once you've lured him out, I can use my divine power." Doing as he suggested, Monkey brought his cloud down to land, and without more ado, he smashed down the gates of the cave with his iron cudgel. "Fiendish monster!" he shouted. "Give my master back!" The junior fiends on the gate all rushed back to report this, and the old monster said, "That damned ape really has a cheek. Instead of behaving himself properly, he comes to smash my gates down. This time I'll use a magic wind that will certainly blow him to death." Putting on his armor and taking his trident as before, he went out through the gate, and the moment he saw Monkey, he thrust straight at his chest with his trident, not uttering a single word. Monkey sidestepped to dodge it and hit back at the monster's face with his cudgel. When only a few rounds had been fought, the monster turned to the southeast and was just going to open his mouth and blow out a wind when the Bodhisattva Ling Shi appeared in midair and dropped the flying dragon staff on him. While the monster recited all sorts of spells, an 8-clawed golden dragon grabbed him with 2 of its claws and smashed him several times against a rock face. At this, the monster reverted to his real form, a brown marten. Monkey rushed at it and had raised his cudgel to kill it when the Bodhisattva stopped him and said, "Don't kill it, great sage. I must take it back to see the Tathagata. He used to be a marten who had obtained the way underneath the Vulture Peak, and once he stole some of the pure oil from a crystal lamp. When the lamp went out, he was so afraid of being caught by a Vajrapani that he ran away and became a spirit monster here. The Tathagata decided that as this was not a capital offense, I should be sent to keep guard over him. But if he took life or committed any other evil deeds, he was to be taken to the Vulture Peak. As he has now offended you, great sage, and captured the Tang priest with the intention of murdering him, I must take him to see the Tathagata to be sentenced for his crime before this business can be regarded as cleared up." Pig, meanwhile, who had been wondering about Monkey as he waited in the wood, heard a shout from the mountainside. "Pig, bring the luggage and the horse out." Recognizing the voice as Monkey's, the idiot rushed out of the wood with the things and asked Monkey, "How did it go?" "I asked the Bodhisattva Ling Ji to come, and he used his flying dragon staff to capture the evil spirit, who turned out to have been the spirit of a brown-coated marten, and was taken off to Vulture Peak by the Bodhisattva to see the Buddha. We two had better go into the cave to rescue our master." The idiot was very pleased to hear the news. The pair of them charged into the cave and killed all the evil hares, fox fiends, roebuck, and deer inside with the iron club and the rake. Then they went into the garden at the back to rescue their master. When he was outside, he asked, "How did you two capture that evil spirit? How did you manage to rescue me? Monkey told him all about how Ling Shi subdued the fiend, and Sun Zong expressed his gratitude at great length while the two prepared a meal from the meatless food that there was in the cave. Then they left the cave and looked for the main path west once more. If you don't know what happened later, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 22. Pig fights a great battle in the flowing sands river. Moxa obeys the Dharma and wins Friar Sand over. The story tells how the Tang priest and his two disciples escaped from their troubles and pressed forward. Before long, they had crossed the Yellow Wind Ridge and were heading west across a plain. The time passed rapidly, and summer gave way to autumn. Cold cicadas sang in molting willow trees, and the great fire star sank below the western horizon. As they were traveling one day, they saw the mighty waves of a great river boiling and raging. "Disciple," called out Sanzong from his horse, "do you see that broad river in front of us? Why are there no boats on it, and how are we going to get across?"
"Those are really terrible waves," said Pig when he saw the river, "and there aren't any boats to ferry us over."
Monkey sprang into the sky, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked. "Master," he said with horror, "we're in big trouble here. I can cross a river like this with a twist of my waist, but I'm afraid you'll never be able to cross it in 10,000 years. "How wide is it, then?" Sanzong asked. "I can't see the other bank from here." "About 300 miles," Monkey replied. "How can you be so sure of the distance, brother?" Pig asked. "These eyes of mine can see what's happening 350 miles away in daytime," Monkey replied. "When I took a look from up in the air just now, I couldn't make out the length of the river, but I could see that it was a good 350 miles wide." Depressed and worried, Sanzong reined in his horse and noticed a stone tablet beside the river. The three of them went to look at it, and they saw the words "Flowing Sands River" inscribed on it in the ancient curly style. On the base of the tablet were 4 lines in the standard script. 300 miles of flowing sands, 3,000 fathoms of weak water, on which a goose feather will not float, and the flower of a reed will sink. As the three of them were looking at this tablet, they heard the waves make a roar like a collapsing mountain, and a most hideous evil spirit emerged from the water. A head of matted hair, as red as fire, a pair of staring eyes, gleaming like lamps, an indigo face, neither black nor green, a dragon's voice like drums or thunder. On his body a cloak of yellow goose down, tied at the waist with white creeper. 9 skulls hung around his neck, and in his hands was an enormous staff. The monster came to the bank in a whirlwind and rushed straight at the Tang priest. Monkey picked Sanzong up at once, turned, and made off up the high bank. Pig dropped his carrying pole, grabbed his rake, and struck at the evil spirit, who parried the blow with his staff. Each of them showed his prowess on the banks of the flowing sands river, and it was a fine battle. The 9-pronged rake and the ogre-quelling staff, 2 men fighting on the banks of the river. One was the great commander Tian Peng, the other the banished curtain-lifting general. They used to meet in the Hall of Miraculous Mist, but now they were locked in ferocious combat. The rake had dug deep into clawed dragons. The staff had defeated tusked elephants. When either was held defensively, it was rock solid. In attack, they cut into the wind. While one clawed at head and face, the other never panicked or left an opening. One was the man-eating monster of the Flowing Sands River. The other was a believer, a general cultivating his conduct. The pair of them battled on for 20 rounds, but neither emerged as the victor. The great sage, who was holding on to the horse and looking after the luggage after carrying the Tang priest to safety, became worked up into such a fury at the sight of Pig and the monster fighting that he ground his teeth and clenched his fists. When he couldn't hold himself back no longer, he pulled out his cudgel and said, "Master, you sit here and don't be afraid. I'm going to play with him." Ignoring Sanzang's pleas for him to stay, he whistled, jumped down to the side of the river, and found that the fight between Pig and the ogre was at its height. Brother Monkey swung his cudgel and aimed it at the ogre's head, but the ogre made a lightning turn and plunged straight into the river. Pig was hopping mad.
"Nobody asked you to come, elder brother," he said. "That ogre was tiring and he could hardly fend my rake off. With few more rounds I would have captured him, but you gave him such a fright that he ran away, damn it."
"Brother," said Monkey with a smile, "I must tell you frankly that the sight of you fighting so beautifully gave me an uncontrollable itch. I haven't used my cudgel for a whole month since we came down the mountain after dealing with the yellow-winged monster. I just had to join in the fun. How was I to know that the monster wouldn't want to play and was going to run away?" The two of them then clasped hands and went back talking and laughing to see Sanzang, who asked, "Did you catch the ogre?" "No," Monkey said. "He couldn't take any more and dived back into the water." "He has lived here for a long time, disciple," Sanzang said, "and must know the shallows and deeps here. We must have a water expert to lead us across this vast expanse of weak water that has no boats." "Yes," said Monkey. "As the saying goes, what's near cinnabar goes red, and what's next to ink turns black. As that ogre lives here, he must be a water expert, so if we catch him, we shouldn't kill him. We should make him take you across water, master, before finishing him off."
"There's no time to lose, brother," said Pig. "You go and catch him while I look after the master."
"This is something I can't talk big about," said Monkey with a smile. "I'm not all that good at underwater stuff. Even to walk underwater, I have to make a magic hand movement and recite a water-repelling spell before I can move. The only other way I can get about there is by turning myself into a fish, a shrimp, a crab, or a turtle. I can manage any strange and wonderful magic on a mountain or in the clouds that you can do, but when it comes to underwater business, I'm useless."
"When I was commander of the Milky Way, the Heavenly River, in the old days," said Pig, "I had a force of 80,000 sailors, so I know a bit about water. But I'm afraid that he might have generations of clansmen down there, and that would be too much for me. If they got me, we'd be in a real mess."
"You go into the water and start a fight with him there," said Monkey. Don't fight hard and don't win. You must lose and lure him out. Then I can finish him off for you.
Very well then, I'll be off,
said Pig. After stripping off his brocade tunic and removing his shoes, he swung his rake in both hands and made his way into the water, where the tricks he had learned years back enabled him to go through the waves to the riverbed, across which he advanced. The ogre had now recovered his breath after his earlier defeat, and when he heard someone pushing the waters aside, he leapt to his feet to look. Seeing that it was Pig brandishing his rake, the monster raised his staff and shouted at him.
"Where do you think you're going, monk? Watch out and take this."
Pig warded off the blow with his rake and replied,
"Who are you, evil spirit, and why are you blocking the way?"
"You may not realize who I am," the monster replied, "but I'm no fiend, demon, ghost, or monster, and I don't lack a name either."
"If you're not a fiend, a demon, or a monster, then why do you live here taking life? Tell me your name truthfully, and I'll spare your life."
"I," the monster replied, "have had a divine essence since childhood, and have wandered all over heaven and earth. I've won glory among the heroes of the world, and brave knights have taken me as their model. I traveled at will over countries and continents, going where I liked in lakes and seas. To study the way, I went to the edge of the heavens, and I roamed the wastes in search of teachers. In those days I had a cassock and an alms bowl, and I kept my mind and spirit well controlled. I traveled the earth by cloud some dozen times, visiting everywhere on 100 journeys. The immortal I finally managed to find led me along the great and shining way. First I gathered mercury and lead, then I let go of the mother of wood and metal's father. The kidney water behind my brow entered my mouth, and the liver fire in my windpipes entered my heart. With 3,000 accomplishment won, I bowed to the heavenly continents. Piously I worshipped him in his glory. The great Jade Emperor then promoted me to be the general who lifts the curtain. I was honored within the southern gate of heaven. Supreme before the hall of miraculous mist, at my waist was hung the tiger tally. In my hand I held my demon-quelling staff. My golden helmet shone like sunlight. On my body gleamed a suit of armor. I led the escort for the emperor's carriage, always took precedence when he entered or left court. But then the queen mother gathered the peaches and invited all the generals to feast at the jade pool. I carelessly smashed some jade and crystal, to the horror of all the heavenly gods. The Jade Emperor, in his terrible fury, put his hands together and fumed to the vice premier. My hat and armor were removed, and I was stripped of office, then marched to the place of execution. Then, to my good fortune, the great barefoot immortal stepped forward to ask for my reprieve. Death was commuted. I was allowed to live in exile on the east bank of the Flowing Sands River. When well fed, I sleep in the river waters. When hungry, I burst through the waves in search of food. If a woodcutter meets me, his life is finished. No fisherman sees me and survives. In one way and another, I've eaten many a man, cloaked as I am in an aura of death. As you've dared to come to make trouble at my gates, my belly has something to look forward to today. No matter if you're coarse and don't taste good. When I've caught you, I can cut you up for salted mince. Pig was extremely angry to hear this, and he replied, "You're completely blind, wretch. I can catch bubbles in my fingers, so how dare you say I'm so coarse you'll cut me up for salted mince? So you take me to be a very well-cured side of ham? Don't be impudent. Take a dose of this rake." When the monster saw the rake coming at him, he did a phoenix nod to avoid it. The two of them fought their way up to the surface of the water, where each of them trod on the waves as they struggled in a combat that was even fiercer than their previous one. The curtain-lifting general and Marshal Tian Peng. Each gave a splendid show of magic powers. The ogre-quelling staff wheels around on the head. The 9-pronged rake is swift in the hand. As they leap on the waves, they shake hills and rivers, darkening the world as they push the waters aside, as terrible as the disaster star striking banners and pendants, as frightening as lifting the canopy off the Death Star. One was the loyal defender of the Tang priest. The other, a criminal, was an ogre of the waters. Where the rake struck it, left 9 scars. When the staff smote, all the souls were scattered. Cheerfully fighting for all they were worth, they put all their hearts into the combat. Although he is only a pilgrim fetching scriptures, his unrestrained anger bursts against the sky. Such was the chaos that the fishes lost their scales, while the soft shells of terrapins were crushed. Red prawns and purple crabs all lost their lives, and all the gods of the water palace prayed to heaven. The only sound was thunder of crashing waves. Sun and moon were dark, to the horror of earth and sky. They battled on for 4 hours, but the issue was still undecided. It was as if a brass pan was fighting an iron brush, or a jade chime was competing with a golden bell. The great sage, who was standing beside the Tang priest to guard him, watched the fight on the water with longing, unable to do anything. Then Pig fainted with his rake, pretended to be beaten, and made for the eastern bank with the ogre rushing after him. When he had almost reached the bank, Monkey could hold himself back no longer. Abandoning his master, he sprang down to the river's edge with his cudgel in his hand, and took a swing at the ogre's head. Not daring to face him, the monster went straight back into the river.
"Protector of the horses," Pig shouted, "you impatient ape! You should have taken it a bit more slowly and waited till I'd drawn him up to the high ground, then cut him off from the riverbank. Then he wouldn't have been able to go back and we'd have caught him. But now he's gone back in. He'll never come out again."
"Don't shout, idiot," Monkey said with a smile. "Don't shout. Let's go back and see our master." When Pig reached the top of the bank with Monkey, Sanzong bowed to him and said, "You've had a tough time, disciple."
"I wouldn't say that," Pig replied. "But if we'd captured that evil spirit and made him take you across the river, that would have been the perfect solution."
"How did your battle with the evil spirit go?" Sanzong asked.
"He's as good as me," Pig replied. "When I pretended to be beaten in the fight, he chased me to the river's edge, But then he saw elder brother waving his cudgel, so he ran away.
So, what are we going to do? Sanzong asked. Relax, master, said Monkey. There's no need to worry. It's getting late, so you'd better sit on the bank while I go and bake some food. When you've eaten that, you can go to sleep, and we can decide what to do tomorrow morning.
Good idea, said Pig. Be as quick as you can.
Monkey leapt up on his cloud, went due north to a house where he begged some food, and came back to give it to his master. Seeing him come back so soon, Sanzong said to him, Monkey, let's go to the house where you begged this food, and ask them how to cross this river. That would be better than having to fight this ogre. But that house is a long way away, laughed Monkey. It's about 2,000 miles from here. What would be the point in asking them about this river? They wouldn't know anything about it.
You're telling tall stories again, Pig said. If it's 2,000 miles away, how did you get there and back so fast?
You wouldn't know, of course, Brother Monkey replied, that my somersault cloud can cover 36,000 miles with a single bound. To do a mere 2,000-mile return journey takes only a couple of nods and a bow. There's nothing to it.
If it's so easy, brother, said Pig, you should carry Master on your back. Take him across with just a couple nods and a bow, and save us all the trouble of fighting the monster.
You can ride clouds, can't you? Said Monkey. Why don't you carry the master across?
The master's mortal flesh and bones are heavier than Mount Tai, said Pig. So although I can ride clouds, I could never lift him. Nothing but your somersault will do the trick.
My somersault is the same as cloud riding, Monkey said, except that it takes you further. I'm no more able to carry him than you are. As the old saying goes, Mount Tai is as easy to move as a mustard seed, but a mortal cannot be dragged away from the earthly dust. When that other poisonous monster of a fiend made a magic wind, I could only move the master by dragging and tugging him along the ground. Of course, I can do tricks like that, and all the other ones, like making myself invisible or shrinking land. But although our master cannot escape from the sea of suffering, he wants to go to a foreign land, so he finds every inch of the way heavy going. All we can do is escort him and see that he comes to no harm. We can't undergo all that suffering on his behalf, nor can we fetch the scriptures for him. Even if we went ahead to see the Buddha, he wouldn't give the scriptures to you or me. After all, if we could get them that easily, we'd have nothing to do. The idiot accepted everything Monkey said. Then they ate some plain rice without any vegetables, after which the three of them went to sleep on the eastern bank of the Flowing Sands River. Monkey, said Sanzong the next morning, what are we going to do about it today? There's nothing for it but to send Pig back under the water, Monkey replied.
You're making me go underwater because you want to stay dry, brother, Pig protested.
I won't be impatient this time, Monkey said. I'll let you lure him out onto the bank, and then I'll cut him off from the river. That way we'll be bound to catch him.
Dear Pig rubbed his face, summoned up his energy, took his rake in both hands, went down to the river,
and parted the waters as he went back to the monster's lair once more. The ogre, who had only just woken up, turned to see what was happening the moment he heard the waters being pushed apart. Observing that a rake-wielding pig was upon him, he sprang to his feet to stop him, shouting, "Not so fast, not so fast. Take this!" Pig blocked the blow from the staff with his rake and said,
"What do you mean by telling your ancestor to take this from that mourner's staff of yours?"
"You know nothing, you wretch," the monster replied, continuing, "Great is the fame of this staff of mine, made from a sala tree on the moon. Wu Gong cut down a branch of it for Lu Ban to work his unrivaled skill. A strip of gold goes right through its heart, and it is set with countless pearls. It is a precious staff, fine for subduing fiends. It could quell all demons when it guarded the heavenly palace. When I was commissioned as High General, the Jade Emperor gave it to me to use. It can be any length I wish, thick or thin, responding to my will. It protected the Emperor at the peach banquets, attended at court in the upper world. When I was at the palace, it met all the sages. When I lifted the curtain, it greeted the immortals. I nurtured it and made it a divine weapon. This is no ordinary earthly arm. When I was sent down from heaven in exile, I roamed at will throughout the world. I do not need to boast about this staff, unmatched by any spear or saber in the world. Look at that rusty rake of yours, only good for farming or growing vegetables."
"I'll give you the beating you deserve, damn you," said Pig. "Never mind about vegetable growing. One swipe from it, and you'll have nowhere left to put ointment, because your blood will be pouring out from 9 holes. Even if it doesn't kill you, you'll have tetanus for the rest of your days."
The ogre dropped his defensive posture and fought with Pig from the riverbed to the surface of the water. This battle was fiercer than the earlier ones. The precious staff whirled, the deadly rake struck, and no word passed between the two foes. Because the Mother of Wood conquered the medicine measure, the pair of them had to fight each other twice. With no victory and no defeat, the waves were overturned and knew no peace. How could the one hold back his anger? How could the other bear his humiliation? As the staff parried the rake's blows, they showed their prowess. Each was most vicious as the flowing sands river rolled. Towering rage, strenuous efforts, all because Sanzong wanted to go west. The rake was thoroughly murderous. The staff was wielded with experience. Pig grabbed his enemy, trying to drag him ashore, while the other, in turn, tried to pull Pig underwater. The thunderous noise disturbed fish and dragons. Gods and ghosts lay low as the sky was darkened. The battle went on for 30 rounds, but neither emerged victorious. Pig feigned defeat once again, and fled, trailing his rake behind him. The ogre charged through the waves after him as far as the bank, when Pig shouted at him, "I'll get you, you damned ogre. Come up on this higher ground where we can fight with dry land under our feet." "You're trying to lure me up there, damn you," the monster replied, "for your mate to come and get me. come back and fight in the water. The fiend, who had more sense than to go up the bank again, stood at the river's edge, shouting with Pig. When Monkey saw that the monster was not coming up on the bank, he seethed with frustration at not being able to catch him. "Master," he said, "you sit here while I do a hungry eagle falling on its prey on him." He somersaulted into midair, then plummeted down to catch the ogre, who heard the noise of a wind as he was yelling at Pig, turned immediately, and saw Monkey descending from the clouds. He put his staff away, plunged into the water with a splash, and was seen no more. "Brother," said Monkey to Pig as he landed on the bank, "the monster's made a smooth getaway. Whatever are we to do if he won't come on to the bank again?"
"It's impossible," said Pig. "We'll never be able to beat him. Even if I put everything I've got into it, I can only hold my own against him."
"Let's go and see the master," Monkey said. The two of them climbed the bank and told the Tang priest about the difficulty of capturing the ogre. "It's so hard," said Sun Zong, tears streaming down his cheeks. "However are we going to cross?" "No need to worry, master," said Monkey. "The monster is lurking deep down on the riverbed, where it's very hard to move around. You stay here and look after the master, Pig, and don't fight with the ogre again. I'm going to the southern sea."
"What for?"
Pig asked.
"This whole business of fetching the scriptures was started by the Bodhisattva Guan Yin, and it was she who converted us. Now we are stuck here at the Flowing Sands River. Nobody but she can sort this one out. With her help, we'll be in a stronger position to fight that monster."
Wrong voice, that was Monkey.
Yes, yes, said Pig. "And when you're there, please thank her for converting me."
"If you're going to ask the Bodhisattva to come," Sanzong said, "don't waste a moment, and be back as quickly as possible." Monkey then somersaulted on his cloud towards the southern sea, and before an hour was up he saw Potoraka Island. An instant later he landed outside the purple bamboo grove, where the 24 Devas came forward to greet him with the words, "Why have you come, great sage?" "Because my master is in trouble," Monkey replied. "I've come for an audience with the Bodhisattva." The Deva on duty that day asked Monkey to sit down while he went in to report, whereupon he went into the Tide Cave to announce that Sun Wukong was seeking an audience on business. The Bodhisattva was leaning on a balcony looking at the blossoms in the precious lotus pool with the dragon princess Peng Zhu when she heard the news. She went back in her cloudy majesty, opening the door and summoning Monkey to her presence. The great sage greeted her with grave reverence. "Why aren't you looking after the Tang priest?" she asked. "And why have you come to see me?" "My master won a new disciple at Gao village, Bodhisattva," Brother Monkey reported. "He's called Zhu Beiji, and also has the Buddhist name Wu Neng, thanks to you. We have now reached the Flowing Sands River, after crossing the Yellowwind Ridge, but it's 1,000 miles of Ruo River, and my master cannot cross it. On top of this, there's an evil monster in the water who's a great fighter, and although our pig had 3 great battles with him on the surface of the water, he couldn't beat the ogre, who is still blocking our way and preventing my master from crossing. This is why I've come to see you and ask you in your mercy to help him across." You have revealed your conceit once again, you ape, said the Bodhisattva. Why didn't you tell the monster that you were protecting the Tang priest? We wanted to catch him, Monkey replied, and make him take our master across the river. As I'm not up to much in the water, Pig was the only one who could find the ogre's den, and did all the talking. I expect he never mentioned fetching the scriptures. The ogre of the Flowing Sands River is the mortal incarnation of the great curtain-lifting general, said Guan Yin, and is a believer whom I converted myself and instructed to protect those who would be coming to fetch the scriptures. If you had told him that you had come from the east to fetch the scriptures, so far from fighting you, he certainly would have joined you. But the craven monster is now skulking in the river, too frightened to come out, Monkey said. So how are we to make him join us, and how is my master to cross the weak water? The Bodhisattva sent for her disciple, Huiyan, and produced a red bottle gourd from her sleeve. Take this gourd, she said, and go with Sun Wukong to the Flowing Sands River. Shout, Wu Jing, awaken to purity, and he'll come out. First, take him to submit to the Tang priest, and then make him thread his 9 skulls on a string, like the sacred palaces. If he puts this gourd in the middle of them, it will make a dharma boat to ferry the Tang priest across the river. In obedience to the Bodhisattva's command, Huiyan and the great sage took the gourd from them, from the tide cave and the purple bamboo grove. There are some lines to describe it. The 5 elements were combined with the heavenly immortal, recognizing their master of the old days. They have been sufficiently refined to achieve great things. When true and false are distinguished, origins are seen. When metal joins nature, like joins like. When wood seeks the passions, both are lost. When the 2 earths achieve nirvana, fire and water will combine, and worldly dust be no more.